Welcome to HOJO Radio.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Among America's most brilliant authors is Herman Melville, whose novel Moby Dick has become a world classic. And we now bring you his story in Down to the Sea, an original radio drama written by Robert Tallman. Starring in the role of Herman Melville is William Johnstone of the Cavalcade Players. Our orchestra and the original musical score are under the direction of Don Voorhees. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents William Johnstone as Herman Melville on the Cavalcade of America. New Bedford, Massachusetts, the year 1841. Along a busy wharf lined by sailing vessels of America's far-flung Atlantic and China trade, three citizens, a matron, a young girl, and a young man in sailor's togs, are hurriedly making their way.
Come along, Elizabeth. Come along.
Yes, Mother.
We must be getting there soon. What did you say the name of the ship was, Mr. Melville?
The Acushnet, ma'am. There she is now, Mrs. Shaw, just ahead.
Oh, she's beautiful, Herman. She's really beautiful.
But that smell. What's that smell, Mr. Melville?
Well, you see, ma'am, she's a whaling ship. They cut up the whales on the deck to get the oil.
Don't say any more, Mr. Melville. Dear me, I can't understand why you didn't get a position somewhere.
But don't you understand, Mother? He wants to see the world. Oh, I'd love to be going myself on such a beautiful ship.
With blubber or whatever it is all over the deck? Tosh, child.
Hi there, you brother in blubber. You shipping with us, or
Who is that ruffian? Is he speaking to you, Mr. Melville?
It's our captain, ma'am. Hi, sir. Coming lively, sir. Well, Elizabeth, this is goodbye.
I'll be waiting for you, my dear.
I hope you'll come back a Christian, Mr. Melville.
Goodbye, ma'am. Bye, Elizabeth.
Goodbye.
Bye.
And the lines, I say. Where's the mate? Thunder, jump, all of you. Bring your eyes out. Hoist the top. Hoist the top.
The maid.
Hi, lad.
I'm Melville. I'm new. I was wondering about storing my kit here.
Stay in the open whilst you can, lad. It stinks below. It stinks mightily.
Oh.
Toby's my name, lad. Stick close to me at first. This your first whaling voyage?
Hi.
Then the Lord help you, lad. The Lord help you.
Avast! 8 bells there. Let me call the watch. Darlings ahoy! 8 bells there below. Tumble up. Come on, all of you.
Oh, what a night for snoozing.
Fat chance for that. Lights in the old moguls' cabin. Did you see the bottles flying out of the porthole?
Who keep us awake, then? Melville, what's with you?
I'm hungry.
What about the rest of us? Since Lima, there hasn't been enough rations to stop a tree toad.
What do you think? I mean, there's so few of us now. The desertions in port and the others.
The dead ones?
Yes, the dead ones.
If I was 10 years younger and of sound wind, I'd pray to meet Captain Valentine Pease ashore one day.
I've sailed on rotten ships before. When you're after whales, you've got the rottenest job any seafaring man can tackle. No whaling vessel's an excursion, but this... remember the boy who got his leg crushed last trip out?
Shorty? The little harpooner? What became of him, Toby?
Pease put him in irons for jumping the boat when he should have been in the hospital. Gangrene set in. The doctor was sick when he had a look at it.
I tell you, there's one more flogging or suicide aboard. This ship is headed for mutiny. And it won't be any gentleman's mutiny. It'll be a bloody mutiny, no mistake.
Well. So it's mutiny you blithering fools are talking now, is it? Well, come on, mutiny. Mutiny. Why, you scurvy lice couldn't run this tub from one Marquesa to the other.
In my day, I was as good a navigator as they make 'em, Captain Pease. And I ran my ship without... Well, why not call it by its name? It's murder. That's what it is.
Mr. Laughlin, you see these boots of mine? I call these my sea legs. They've spikes in the heels for rough weather. And for old fools who talk too much. Mutiny, huh?
Melville.
Toby, what is it?
Duck round here.
Yeah? What's happened?
The old fella. He died after the flogging.
Oh.
The crew's going to mutiny out of the next port.
What's the next port?
No port at Cannibal Island.
Cannibals?
The ship's taboo. They won't touch us.
Oh, that's comforting.
Look, I've got a plan. When the ship puts in, some of the natives and the women swarm on board. That's our chance. We grab one of their canoes and row round the point to a little cove I know. It'll be easy to live on the island till another ship comes.
But do you know any of their lingo?
Yeah, a little. The chiefs and their families know some English from trading with the missionaries.
All right, Toby. I'm with you.
If we're caught, we'll be hanged, you know.
I'd rather be hanged than live under the heel of Captain Pease.
That's the old spirit. Oh, here comes the mate. Keep a weather eye out, sailor.
Aye, mate. That I will.
Another full moon. Oh, Melville. Wonder if we'd ever get off this island.
You don't see moons like this in New Bedford.
I guess you don't. Well, I'm walking down to the village. You and Fairway coming along?
No, you go on.
We'll see you later on.
Very well. Good night, then.
White man,
Yes, Fairway?
you are silent tonight. What are your thoughts, white man?
Oh, I was wondering. How many times have I watched the full moon rise over that mountain, just like tonight?
I have not counted the moon since you come to Taipei, white man. For I fear everyone may be the last.
Well, you can stop worrying, Fairway. I'm not going back. Not even if a ship comes tomorrow.
You do not like your own tribe across the seas, white man?
I hate it. I didn't used to. But now, since I've seen this valley and the way your people live, without wars or strife of any kind, can you imagine a people who think of even their daily lives in terms of struggle?
Struggle? I have not heard these words, white man.
Well, it means... Well, just struggle. I don't know how to explain it.
Look, white man. Mr. Toby, he coming back, running.
Melville, it's happened at last.
Happened? What's happened, Toby? Speak up.
Just heard. A ship, the Julia. Captain's friendly, needs a crew. Pack your kit, Melville. We're sailing out of here in the morning.
You mean you're sailing, Toby? I'm staying here.
You're mad. Well, I'm packing my kit and clearing out pronto. You better change your mind.
You want to sail with him, don't you, white man?
Why? Leave paradise of my own free will? Not me.
In Taipei, we say, he who enter paradise must first cast his heart into the abyss. That is what I did when you come among us. Now I go in search of my heart again.
But I'm not leaving, I tell you.
Do not talk anymore, white man. I give you my flowers for a happy voyage. Goodbye.
But Fayaway. Fayaway.
Melville, it's goodbye, I guess.
She left me, Toby. She went away.
Well, Melville, she's wiser than you are.
Well, Oh. You're right, Toby. I'm going with you. Tell the master that Julia I'll be signing on.
Sit down, child. Stop fretting so.
Oh, Mother.
One would think you were expecting royalty instead of only Herman Melville.
Mother, do you think he'll be changed much?
Well, if it's done to his language what it did to your uncles, I shall leave the room.
Mother, come here to the window. Is that he coming up the walk?
Wait till I get my glasses.
Oh, Mother, it is. It is.
Gracious. Black as an aborigine, too. Sit down, Elizabeth.
Oh.
Try to conceal your agitation a little. I'll answer the door. Well, Mr. Melville.
Hello, Mrs. Shaw. Where's Elizabeth?
Well, I like that.
Darling, it is you.
Elizabeth. Let me look at you, Elizabeth. Oh, a mighty handsome wench you brought into the world, Mrs. Shaw.
Oh, Herman, please. Tell me, Mr. Melville, have you decided to settle down and take a position somewhere?
No, ma'am. I'm writing a book. It's about some cannibals I live with in the South Seas.
Cannibals?
Yes. As a matter of fact, Harper's have already agreed to publish it.
Harper's? Publishing a book about cannibals? What's the world coming to? But you, a writer, Mr. Melville.
I have in mind to write something on whaling.
Then I hope you'll say something about the quality of the whale oil we're getting nowadays. The last we got in quite smoked up my best beaded lampshade. And when you think of the prices they get...
Madam, you haven't got the price of a pint of whale oil.
What?
No. Not you nor anyone else of your kind. Because the price of a pint of whale oil is blood and agony and human lives and courage and a kind of human dignity you wouldn't understand.
Mr. Melville.
I shock you, do I? Well, maybe you'd like to hear about a boy of 17 with a gangrened leg, amputated without chloroform, so you can light your stuffy houses and complain because it's smoked up your best beaded lampshade. Maybe you'd like to hear about...
Mr. Melville, you've said quite enough. I can't remain in the room and be insulted in this manner. Good day, Mr. Melville. Come, Elizabeth. Elizabeth.
I'm not coming with you, Mother.
What's that?
I'm not coming with you. I'm going with Mr. Melville. If he'll have me.
Elizabeth! Elizabeth!
What is it, darling? What is it?
The reviews of the new book. They've just come.
Oh, what do they say?
They like it. Harper's already getting out a new edition, and he's offered me a new contract.
Oh, thank heaven. Now we can pay off a few bills. Tell me about the contract, Herman.
Well, it's not as grand as the other one. We may have to draw in a bit of sale.
But I thought you said...
Well, darling, you see, it's this way. If I wanted to go on writing South Sea stories, why, I could sell them, of course. But I want to write something bigger than an adventure story.
But we have to eat, Herman. And the children...
Well, then let's go to the farm. If worse comes to worse, I've got my health. I can work on the farm and write at night. Oh, Elizabeth, believe me. I've got to write this book. I've got to.
Well, Herman, you must do what you must do. But I won't say yes. I won't say no, mind you. But be careful. Do be careful.
Careful? Sailing with the wind and not a patch of foam in sight? Oh, Elizabeth, steady at the helm, girl. Steady at the helm.
Oh, there. Whoa. Good morning, Mrs. Melville.
Oh, Mr. Harper. We didn't expect you quite so soon.
Well, I thought I'd never get here over these roads. People certainly have tucked yourselves away up here.
Yes. I'm afraid we've done just that.
Your husband about?
He was over in the field there plowing. Oh, he's seen you. He's coming over the stile there. I'll leave you with him, Mr. Harper. I do wish you'd talk to him about moving back to town. His health won't stand much more of this, you know.
I'll do my best, Mrs. Melville.
Harper, have you got the proofs? Where are the proofs?
Well,
Let me see the proofs.
Chance. Here.
Huh?
The first half of Moby Dick.
Oh.
And I brought you a small check. Not much, but the best I could do under the circumstances.
Oh. Moby Dick. Oh, the white whale. Yeah, nice-looking title page, Mr. Harper.
I'm glad you like it.
I certainly do. And here's chapter 1. Call me Ishmael. Some years ago, never mind how long ago.
Wait a minute. Don't start reading proof this minute. It's something I must talk to you about. Your wife tells me you're not in the best of health. What will another year and a half of this strain, doing manual labor all day and writing all night, what will it bring you?
The greatest satisfaction of my life, if I can finish Moby Dick.
Melville, unless you want this to be your last book, you'd better come down to New York. Turn out a few things we know we can sell, and then come back to Moby Dick.
No, I couldn't. I've put everything I've got into this book. Oh, look, Mr. Harper. You don't think it won't sell?
Frankly, I'm afraid it won't. It's good, but I'm afraid it will have a limited appeal. Think over what I said, Melville.
I will, Mr. Harper. But my answer won't be any different.
Well, I can't stop and persuade you now, because I'm due at the Hawthorns. Good luck anyway, and send those proofs along when you can.
All right, Mr. Harper.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, Herman, what did he say?
He wants me to stop work on Moby Dick and write another South Sea book.
Will he give us an advance?
I'm not going to do it. Listen, Elizabeth. This book is like a devouring spirit inside of me that I've got to release. When it's finished, I promise you I'll go back to New York and write the other things for the rest of my life. I promise.
You made a promise to me when we were married, Herman Melville. When we had children, you made another promise. Not a spoken promise, but a promise. To look after your family to the best of your ability. Your promises don't mean anything to me anymore. Oh, it's you.
What a house. What an exemplary household, Elizabeth. Beaded lampshades. Tell me, madam, do you find they smoke less with this new coal oil than your poor mothers did with the evil oozings of the whale?
Neither I nor my daughter are amused with your attempts at humor, Mr. Melville.
I apologize. May I offer you a support, ladies? Or will you take claret in the officer's mess?
Oh, Mother, will you make him stop?
Really, Herman, you should be ashamed. Bringing wine into the house when your own daughter hasn't a stitch to put on her back.
No clothes. Now, that is shocking. And why? Because we're in East 26th Street on the island of Manhattan. I do believe modesty is a matter of climate. Now, take the island of Taipei.
No, thank you. I took the island of Taipei once. For better or for worse.
That's the trouble with marrying a writer. You marry his work, too. You sailed to Taipei, and then were shipwrecked by Moby Dick. It's fate.
Fate? It's your obstinacy, you mean? I warned you against spending so much time on a book that was doomed to failure from the start. I told you...
Very well. Very well. Now tell me how to unwrite Moby Dick, and all will be well.
Well, the least you can do is try and get a position somewhere.
Position? Oh. I seem to have heard those words before somewhere. Long, long time ago. Position. Very well, Elizabeth. For once I shall take your advice. I'll get a position. A grand position. Something to make you proud of me. Something where I wear a grand uniform, maybe. I know. A customs inspector. How would you like that, Elizabeth? A brass button uniform. Your papers, please.
I thought I had them in his pocket. I must have left them in this small box. May I look, please?
Why, certainly.
Yes, I'm afraid this is rather a mess. I keep all sorts of things, my own manuscripts, and baggage invoices, and a few books I'm extra fond of. I'd like to have them handy.
You're a writer?
Yes, as a matter of fact, this is my first trip to America.
I took you for a writer by the cut of your jib, lad.
I took you for a seafaring man.
I was once. Shipped on a whaler out of New Bedford. I'm afraid that was considerably before your time.
I know about whaling, though. I'm a great fancier of your great American writer, Herman Melville. You see? Here's one of the books I was telling you about, Moby Dick. Have you ever read it?
Yes. Yes, I've read it.
Oh, where the deuce? Oh, here's the blasted thing. I thought you wanted to have a look over my papers.
Oh, yes. Well, they seem to be all in order.
Oh, thank you. By the way, I'd like to have a talk with you sometime about this whaling business. Here's my card. Russell's my name. May I ask yours, sir?
Call me Ishmael.
You're Herman Melville. Oh, you're not.
I'm afraid so, lad.
But you're one of the greatest writers in the English language. What are you doing here? Why?
Hand me that book, lad. What I want to say, I've said already. And here it is. I'll read it. This august dignity that I treat of is not the dignity of kings and robes, but that abounding dignity in the arm that wields a pick or drives a spike, that democratic dignity which on all hands radiates without end from the center and circumference of all democracy. If then to meanest mariners and renegades and castaways I shall hereafter ascribe high qualities, though dark, weave around them tragic graces, if even the most mournful, perchance the most abased among them all, shall at times lift himself to the exalted mounts, if I shall touch that workman's arm with some ethereal light, if I shall spread a rainbow over his disastrous set of sun, then against all mortal critics bear me out in it, thou just spirit of equality, which has spread one royal mantle of humanity over all my kind.
The Cavalcade of America thanks William Johnstone and the Cavalcade Players for their performance of Down to the Sea, the story of Herman Melville. And now, Ted Jewett of the Cavalcade Players to tell you about next week's program.
Next Monday, March 31st, the Cavalcade of America presents Paul Muni.
You have seen his great characterizations in the theater and on the screen. Our broadcast next Monday, you will hear him in the role of one of the greatest actors in the history of the American theater, Edwin Booth. So that you will not miss Paul Muni's performance on the Cavalcade of America, may we again remind you that beginning next week, our broadcast comes to you on Mondays. Please consult your newspapers and radio logs for the station and time of the broadcast. Thank you.
On the Cavalcade of America, your announcer is Clayton Collier, sending best wishes from DuPont.
In every Chevrolet showroom across America, more and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful, the 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection. The greatest engine advance.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Your thoughtfulness.
The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the true but little-known story of a young man who risked political defeat in order to help a friend. His name was Abraham Lincoln, and our star is Raymond Massey. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name, Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look in the back of the card you choose for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now to preside over our program this evening, here's our regular master of ceremonies, the young Broadway actor and producer, Richard Calmer.
Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard many stories of Abraham Lincoln, his simplicity, his humor, his greatness. But our story tonight is one of the least known and most moving of Lincoln's whole career. An incident when Lincoln stood to lose everything for the sake of a murderer. And for our star tonight, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the greatest living interpreter of Lincoln, Raymond Massey.
Thank you, Dick. You know, if Hallmark greeting cards were to carry one Lincoln's Day message to our friends, they could do no better than tell something that happened to me once. You've already told the story on your Reader's Digest radio edition, but it actually happened to me.
What was it, Ray?
Well, I was on tour in Abe Lincoln, Illinois. After one performance, a very old man came round to my dressing room. Massey said, "I like the way you play, Mr. Lincoln, but I heard you say the Gettysburg Address over the radio a few weeks ago, and you make the same mistake as everyone else. I heard Mr. Lincoln give that speech at Gettysburg. I was only a few feet away, so I know what I'm talking about. You said, of the people, by the people, and for the people. But Mr. Lincoln said, of the people, by the people, and for the people. It makes a difference."
It always made a difference to Abraham Lincoln when the people were concerned, Ray. But that's our story. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards present tonight on the Reader's Digest radio edition, Raymond Massey in The Counsel Assigned.
And now I come to my opponent. Who is he? Just where did he come from? Is he fit to represent you good people in the halls of Congress? Those are some of the questions we should ask about my opponent. Is he the sort of man we want to send to the House of Representatives in Washington to deal with the momentous affairs of this great nation. Do you want such a man? Now I ask you, do you want an ugly, awkward bumpkin representing you? You've seen my opponent and you've heard him speak, and I'm quite sure that you have the good sense to realize that the last man in this world to send to Congress is this gangling, clumsy dolt, this oaf, this backwoodsman, this Abraham Lincoln.
Hooray for
Abe. Hello, Tom. Sit down.
Abe, this looks bad.
And so?
Don't be so calm about it.
All right, I'll get excited to please an old friend if you'll calm down to please me.
Don't try to be funny, Abe. We're going to lose the election if you don't stir yourself.
All right, now look, Tom, I'm trying to catch up on my mail. Now, I'll just sit here and look over these letters, and you sit there and tell me the bad news. That way we'll both enjoy ourselves.
I just came from the meeting hall.
Mm-hmm.
Cartwright made a speech.
Nothing unscheduled about that.
He poked fun at you, Abe.
Picked a good subject, didn't he?
He said you were awkward and silly. He made fun of your looks.
Can't imagine why.
And they laughed. They laughed at you, Abe.
I see. The weapon of ridicule, eh?
Yes. And it worked. Abe, after that speech, Cartwright, I wouldn't want to guarantee that anyone in that hall would ever vote for you.
I wouldn't want to guarantee that they would.
You don't know how effective he was, Abe. He painted the most ludicrous picture of you until he had him rocking with laughter. And then he asked how such a man as Abe Lincoln could ever get along with the great statesman in Washington.
Huh? I've been wondering some about that myself.
Well, what are you going to do?
Why, I'd say the whole contest hinges on my speech Friday. Tom, it's my last chance.
Yes.
I'll talk to them. You've heard me talk. You know the people seem to like me.
I know.
Well, I'll just stand up before them and be honest. I'll admit that Cartwright is correct.
Abe, are you fooling?
No. I'll tell them I plead guilty to the charge of being awkward. I'll confess I never know what to do with my hands. I'll do public penance for having been born in the backwoods. And I'll tell him Cartwright was very kind to call me ugly, when the fact is I'm repulsive.
Abe, that's good. You'll make everything Cartwright said look ridiculous.
I think then I'll ask all the handsome ones and all the polished ones and all the ones who feel at home with great statesmen to vote for Cartwright to represent them. But I'll allow as how I might make a pretty good representative for the homely and the awkward and the timid.
That's wonderful. I should have known better. I should have known that you could speak to the people in their own language. Abe, we're going to win this election.
Maybe. Now, let me get back to this mail.
As soon as you make that speech, you're as good as elected.
Maybe. Oh.
What's the matter, Abe?
This is bad.
Something in that letter, Abe? Bad news?
Rather bad news, yes, Tom.
Can I help?
Not unless you can tell me how a man can be in two places at once.
What do you mean?
I mean, I can't make the speech Friday.
What?
I can't be here.
Why not?
Because I got to be elsewhere.
But, Abe...
No, that's all I can tell you, Tom.
But, Abe, we'll lose the election.
Tom, I got two things to say to that. First, no man should set himself up as knowing what the people will do in any election. The people will elect the man they want, whether I make a speech or not.
I tell you, we'll lose the election if you don't make it.
Which brings me to the second point. There are some things more important than elections. I won't make the speech because I won't be in this town on Friday. I'll be 20 miles away. And I'll be very, very busy, Tom. The court, please come to order. Mr. District Attorney, what case is you to bring before the court?
The case of John Wilson, indicted for the murder of William Shaughnessy on October 10th, 1845.
Is the defendant present?
You mean me, Judge?
You're John Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Have you a lawyer?
No. I don't know anybody. I ain't got money to pay.
Do you wish the court to assign you counsel?
I don't know.
Your Honor, Who is it who addresses the court? Your Honor, I am a lawyer. I should be glad to act as counsel for the defense.
What's your name?
Abraham Lincoln.
Well, I know your name, counsel. I should be glad to assign you to defend the prisoner. I hope you won't need much time to confer with him.
I won't need any time, Your Honor. I have been told the facts of this case.
Very well. Mr. District Attorney, will you state your case?
Please, Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, this case is a very simple one in which there is no doubt that a murder was committed.
Hello. You don't remember me, do you? How old are you? 15. I'm sorry for you, my boy.
If they still hanging.
I don't know. Let's listen to the case against
William Shaughnessy, thus killing him. After the state's witness testifies as to these facts, and they are facts, it will be my solemn duty to ask you, gentlemen of the jury, for the life of John Wilson. And it will be your duty to find him guilty, that he may be sentenced to hang. Now, as my first witness, may I call Amos Berry. Amos Berry, take the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Amos Berry, do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, help God?
I do.
Be seated. Proceed with the questioning of the witness. Mr. Berry, you own a farm 3 miles out of town?
I do.
On October 10th last, what employees did you have on that farm?
John Wilson.
The prisoner?
Yes.
Any other employees?
One other, William Shaughnessy.
The man John Wilson murdered?
Yes.
Doesn't the defense attorney intend to object to that last question?
No objection, Your Honor.
As you please. Proceed. Now, Mr. Berry, what were the relations of the prisoner to William Shaughnessy?
He hated Shaughnessy.
Why?
I don't know. Shaughnessy was a great joker. Maybe that's why.
Did you like Shaughnessy?
Very much. He's a great one for making everyone laugh.
So, if somebody did not like him, you'd think that person was unnatural?
Yes.
Just a moment. I'm willing to entertain an objection to that question and to the whole line of questioning.
Your Honor, I'm willing for the district attorney to question this man any way he sees fit.
Well, all right. Go on, Mr. District Attorney. Mr. Berry, tell us about the events of October 10th.
Well, sir, I suppose you mean about the murder?
I mean about the murder.
Well, sir, Shaughnessy and me were standing at the gate to the hayfield when the boy come along.
By the boy, you mean John Wilson?
That's right. He was driving a wagon load of hay to the next farm. He yelled down from the wagon to ask me to open the gate. Shaughnessy said, "Let him get down off the wagon and open himself. Come on down, Johnny," he yelled. "Don't be so lazy. Open the gate yourself."
And that's when John Wilson murdered Shaughnessy? Well, counsel?
I haven't said anything, Your Honor. I have no objection. Let him go on.
Very well. When Shaughnessy called to John Wilson to get off the wagon and open the gate himself, that's when the murder took place?
Not right that second. John got down all right. He was piping mad. I guess he didn't know that Shaughnessy was just fooling.
It was just a harmless joke?
Well, yes. And as the boy walked toward the gate, Shaughnessy picked up a pitchfork and said, "Get a move on there, Johnny," and touched it to his backside. Johnny whirled, grabbed the pitchfork out of Shaughnessy's hand and run it right through his skull, killing him. Yes, sir.
There it is. The prisoner at the bar is so depraved that already at the age of 15, he has taken a man's life. A simple case of murder for which the defendant must pay the penalty. Your witness, Mr. Lincoln.
I have no questions to ask the witness.
Mr. Judge, we're all sore back here in the audience. Order. The boy done it, and the boy's got to hang. But why don't his lawyer do something for him? Get another lawyer. Order. Order in the court. In order to give various tempers a chance to cool down, this court hereby takes a recess for lunch.
Mr. Lincoln. Are they going to hang me, Mr. Lincoln?
Son, I don't know. You did kill Shaughnessy, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, son. I understand. I understand why. And I'll try to help you.
But that man said he said
But I
that-
wasn't doing anything to help you. Well, son, please believe me. I have my methods, just as the district attorney has his. This afternoon it'll be my turn. And I pray to God I won't fail. Raymond Massey will be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, presented by Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Dick Comer.
What is your favorite Valentine memory? The exciting box at school when you were very young? The fancy Valentine all satin and lace from that certain boy or girl in the next block? Well, tomorrow, Valentine's Day is with us again. But it's different now. Through the years, the custom has been changing. Now, Valentine's Day is an occasion to remember all your friends and dear ones with a message of affection. The folks who make Hallmark cards know this new importance of St. Valentine's Day and have given careful thought to creating Valentines for your every need. You'll find sentimental Hallmark Valentine cards for your sweetheart, gay and colorful cutouts for the children, tender messages of affection for all your loved ones. Tomorrow, of all days, you don't want any dear one to feel that you've forgotten. If you haven't sent your Valentines, stop in at your Hallmark dealers tomorrow. It's still not too late to let your loved ones know that you do care. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. That's why on Valentine's Day, as always, discriminating folks look on the back of the cards they send and receive for the three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. And now, back to Raymond Massey as Abraham Lincoln in The Council Assigned.
Mr. Lincoln, will you open the case for the defense?
You all right, Sonny?
I don't know, Mr. Lincoln.
Don't be scared, son. I'm going to pull you out of this hole, trying to be plucky for your mother's sake.
Mr. Lincoln?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please Your Honor and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to try this case in a manner not customary in the courts. I shall not call witnesses. All I'm going to do is to tell you a story and then leave the case in your hands. Now, you gentlemen of the jury, you Jim Beck, you Jack Armstrong, you two can remember. Yes, and you as well, Lou Green. You can remember 15 years back when a long, lanky fella in God-forsaken clothes came into this country from Indiana. He was dressed in homespun jeans with the breeches stuffed into rawhide boots. I'm sure you remember that young man. His name was Abraham Lincoln. I'd left home to shift for myself, and in those pinching times I could not always get work. Late one afternoon when I'd walked miles looking for a chance, I came upon a cabin. It was a poor cabin, even as settlers' cabins go. There was cloth over the windows instead of glass. It was the home of poor people. I went up to the door and knocked.
Hello.
Hello. I knocked because
you're tired.
I didn't know you could tell so easily.
I can tell. Come on in.
Thank you.
This is my wife.
Welcome. You come far?
I've been tramping most of the day.
Well, then you'll be tired and hungry.
Sit down here.
I'll get some food for you.
People are very kind.
Poor people have to be kind. They need kindness so often themselves. I'll only be...
why don't you take off your shoes?
Oh, there's no need.
Well, your feet must be tired.
Well, my feet are tired, but I must say you're making my spirit feel mighty lively.
Here's a nice hot soup. This will keep you occupied while I fry up some potatoes and meat.
Thank you, ma'am. Can't say when I've been made to feel so much like a king.
We're very glad to help you. Where are you staying tonight?
I counted on walking into the next town.
Oh, nonsense. You're too tired. When you finish eating, we'll make up a bunk for you near the fireplace.
Oh, no, there is no need of that.
Of course.
Oh, no. I'm not tired.
We'll make up a bunk for you, stranger.
So I slept in that little cabin all night. Fact is, I was tired. So tired that I overslept. I might be sleeping yet if the sound hadn't wakened me. A very sweet sound.
Oh, morning.
Well, good morning. What time is it?
It's almost 10 o'clock.
My goodness. I didn't know you had a child.
He was asleep last night. Hush, baby. I'll make you breakfast as soon as I can sing him to sleep.
Ma'am, I'll make a bargain with you.
What is it?
I don't deserve breakfast, but if you want to make it, you hand that little baby over to me and I'll sing him to sleep.
I'm getting the best of that bargain. Here.
Well, the baby ain't anyway.
I'll have breakfast ready in a jiffy.
Oh, now look, son, the trick is not to look at my face. Then you won't have to cry so hard. Now, wait. Sweet and low, sweet and low, wind of the western sea. That's it, Sonny. Now, you like it here, don't you? I like it here myself. Well, that's one of the heartiest breakfasts I've had in weeks.
I'm glad you liked it.
You just go on about your work and let me clean up these dishes.
Why don't we both do them?
All right, then I'll be on the way.
Where are you going?
Oh, I'm not quite sure.
You're looking for work, aren't you?
Yes.
I thought so.
What is it, ma'am?
Well, we haven't got much money, but my husband has got work for someone that might need it. He's clearing the forest around here, and the work goes slow. He's out there now all alone, and he needs someone.
Well, then I want to help by all means.
Couldn't pay much, but you could stay here with us, and you'd be fed and have a place to sleep.
You don't know what that means to me.
I have an idea.
I've been hungry in the days and cold by nights for more than 2 weeks now. Last night I knocked on your door. You and your husband took me in and fed me and made me feel comfortable. More than that, made me feel human again.
We know what it is to be hungry.
And now you give me work and shelter.
I hope you understand we can't pay much.
That's where you're wrong. You're paying very much indeed. I only hope I can repay you someday.
Perhaps you can. Poor people always need help from one another.
Gentlemen of the jury, for 5 weeks I lived in that cabin. I chopped wood with the father, did housework with the mother, and romped with the laughing babies many a time. No part of my life has ever been more light-hearted or happy. Now, by good fortune, by the blessing of God, I have made for myself a certain place in the community. As much as might be, I have kept in touch with those old friends. But in the stress of a busy life, I have not of late years heard from them. Till last Monday morning, a letter came to me from the mother who welcomed a tired youth to her cabin so many years ago. Her husband had died, and in trouble now she turned to me. That mother sits there. Order. The baby she sang to, the baby that I myself sang to sleep while she prepared my breakfast. That baby is the prisoner at the bar.
Order in the court. Go on, Mr. Lincoln.
Many times I have prayed to God to give me a chance to show my gratitude to those poor people. When the letter came last Monday, I knew that God had answered me. But the answer to a prayer comes sometimes with a demand for sacrifice. It was so this time. Today I was to have made a speech which bore features likely success or failure in the contest. I lay my ambitions gladly on the altar of this boy's safety. Gentlemen of the jury, you know that at this boy's age, his hand should have held school books or a fishing rod, not a pitchfork. You can take that into consideration. You can take into consideration the fact that Shaughnessy, the man he killed, yes, we admit that John Wilson killed him. Was it a practical joke that he goaded this child until in desperation John Wilson used the pitchfork that was at hand? You know these things as well as I do. All I ask is that you deal with the little fellow as you would of other men. In such a case, deal with little fellows of your own at home. Gentlemen of the jury, I rest my case.
The jury finds the defendant not guilty.
Come in.
Mr. Lincoln?
Mrs. Wilson and John, come in, come in. Here, sit down.
Mr. Lincoln, my mother and I came to thank you. I was too upset after the trial. So was I.
I understood.
Well, we haven't got a great deal of money to pay you.
You said that to me once before, Mrs. Wilson.
Yes, I remember.
Let's say no more about payment or repayment, will we?
Tell him, Mother. Yes, John, just a minute.
Tell me what.
Well, John and I know that you gave up your chance to make that speech just to help us. And someone told us that would likely lose the election for you.
There are some things more important than elections, Mrs. Wilson.
Well, that's not for me to judge, Mr. Lincoln, but we thought, John and I, that if people knew why you weren't here to make that speech, it might help you to win. So we've been going from house to house here in town telling you.
You've been going from house to house.
I hope we didn't do wrong, Mr. Lincoln.
Wrong?
I mean, we only did what we thought might help. If we said anything...
You didn't do wrong, Mrs. Wilson. I just couldn't find the words to tell you how I feel. I guess there are only two words to say anyhow. Just thank you. Whether it makes any difference in the election or not. Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. And God bless you.
It was a typical backwoods election. A tall, shambling man running for Congress, and a shabby woman and a son patiently going from house to house, speaking a few words of explanation. But from these simple roots sprang something far bigger than the woman and the son ever dreamed. For Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress, the first step on the road that was to lead him to the presidency of the United States and to enduring greatness. Thank you, Raymond Massey, for a compelling interpretation of an exciting story.
Well, of course, Dick, no prosecutor would let such a defense stand today. Only Mr. Lincoln could have done it even in 1845. Only a man whose sense of justice was greater than his ambition.
Remember, when you want to greet a friend, send a Hallmark card. Well, whatever the occasion, a Hallmark card will say what you want to say the way you want to say it. So always look in the back of the card you choose for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Like the word sterling on silver, those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best.
You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program Brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards, America's favorite greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards. At that time, you will hear the true and exciting story of a 3-year search for criminals conducted by a one-man posse, and our star will be Wallace Beery. Assigned was written by Mary Raymond Shipman Andrews and was dramatized by Robert Sanadella from the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Loeb, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. To be doubly sure of the finest quality, always look in the back of your cards for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. This is Tom Shirley speaking for the makers of Hallmark greeting cards and for your friendly Hallmark dealer. You'll find a wide selection of Hallmark cards at America's finest shops and stores. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness.
If you want to relieve headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, enjoyed her vacation during the holidays just as much as any other teacher. But as it drew to a close, she had a peculiar reaction.
Although I felt that my vacation had done me a lot of good, now that it was over, I was keyed up and enthusiastic, simply raring to go. Raring to go on another 2 weeks vacation. Meanwhile, I went about the business of getting used to working again and spent the past week noticing conditions which hadn't seemed so deplorable during the hustle and bustle of holiday time at the school. I was telling my landlady, Mrs. Davis, about them while we were having breakfast Friday morning.
Let me pour you a cup of this coffee, Connie. It's Rio de Janeiro style. I just got the recipe.
Rio de Janeiro style?
Yes. I mashed up a few Brazil nuts and mixed them with the coffee grounds. That's one reason why the blonde hair of a Brazilian is so outstanding.
But, Mrs. Davis, very few Brazilians have blonde hair.
That's another reason it's so outstanding. But I'm afraid I've interrupted something you started to say to me, Connie.
Oh, it wasn't very important. I had just said that
I really shouldn't do that. It's a habit I picked up from my brother Victor. He's terribly absent-minded.
I thought your sister Angela was the absent-minded one in the family.
Angela?
Yes, that's what you told me.
What did I tell you?
That she was very absent-minded.
Who?
Your brother Victor.
Now, how did you know that? You never even met Victor. But he is confused sometimes, poor dear. Why, you could be talking about something to Victor and he'd seem as interested as could be in the conversation. But then if you just looked away for a moment, it could be right in the middle of a sentence that...
Yes, Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis? Yoo-hoo, Mrs. Davis!
Oh, good morning, Connie. I was just looking for the cat out in the kitchen. She hadn't touched her milk.
What do you hear from Victor?
Victor? Oh, my brother. Oh, he's fine, thank you, dear. He calls me quite regularly. My sister Angela's the one that worries me. She's the absent-minded member of the family. But I keep feeling that I disrupted your train of thought. Did I, Connie?
There's not a car left on the tracks but the caboose. I was merely telling you, Mrs. Davis, that I never realized how bad conditions were at school until this cold spell set in. Why, my classroom is so drafty that half my pupils can't answer questions because their teeth are chattering.
That must be awful. Young people have such loud teeth.
Yes, sometimes my room sounds like a dice game on a tin roof.
Have you talked to the principal about it?
Not yet, but I'm going to today. He's just got to get the Board of Education to allot us a bigger budget for coal.
Well, I wish you luck, dear. Is Walter Denton picking you up this morning?
Yes, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, good. Connie, I'd like to apologize again for interrupting you before. As I say, I've been a little worried about my eccentric brother, Victor. Before you go, though...
Yes?
Goodbye, Connie.
Goodbye, Mrs. Davis. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Davis.
Yes, Connie. Yes, Connie, Why, she's gone. Poor thing. She's been under a terrible strain lately.
I'm glad you picked me up early, Walter. I've got to stop in and see Mr. Conklin before my first class.
Oh, golly, Miss Brooks, there must be some pleasanter way to start off a Friday morning for a perfectly nice English teacher.
Yes, there must be.
Oh, it isn't that I don't respect Mr. Conklin. It's just that... Oh, there's something about you, Miss Brooks, that... Well, before the hallowed walls of our beloved Madison High heaves into view, I want you to know that...
Just a minute, Walter. Would you mind taking that sentence again a little slower?
I merely exclaimed, before the hallowed walls of our beloved Madison High heaves into view.
That's what I thought you exclaimed.
Anything wrong, Miss Brooks?
Well, frankly, Walter, I'd hesitate to correct that sentence without stopping at Teachers College for a refresher course. But what do you mean by heaves into view?
Well, every so often you read about a ship that hove into view, don't you?
Yes.
Well, hove must be the past tense, mustn't it? Heave, haved, hove, isn't it?
Oh, of course not, Walter. Heave, heaved, haved, heave, haved. What do you want me to know before Madison High heaves into view?
That you command as much respect as Mr. Conklin, plus the admiration of the entire student body, and that your personal warmth and charm is only exceeded by your excellence in your chosen field of instruction.
Ain't it the truth? I don't want to seem unduly inquisitive, Walter, but to what do I owe this verbal plaque?
Nothing. It's just a natural reaction, a completely spontaneous and unrehearsed.
And what did you get from our sponsor when you were selected as a contestant?
A pen and pencil set that's guaranteed... Oh, no, that's not fair. No, I'm being completely sincere and have no ulterior motive whatsoever.
Then thank you, Walter.
No, that's okay. Miss Brooks?
Yes?
Would you do me a favor?
If I say no, you'll take back the plaque. Well, what is it?
Well, it's a basketball team. As you know, I'm the new manager, so it's up to me to see Mr. Conklin about getting some things that we need immediately.
And?
And it's up to you to see Mr. Conklin for me because I'm rarely up to seeing Mr. Conklin. What I mean is that we've just got to get some more trunks.
Where are you going?
Oh, we're not going anywhere. No, we need stuff for the guys to put on while they're playing. You see, right now, every time we send in a substitute, he has to take a blanket along with him and change trunks with the fella he's replacing. About 10 pairs should do fine.
10 pairs? Why don't you just get a larger blanket?
Oh, no, this is serious, Miss Brooks. Oh, another thing you've got to talk to Mr. Conklin about for me is the temperature in the gym. It's so cold in there, a good humor man has to referee the game. Of course, I'm exaggerating, Miss Brooks.
I know, Walter, but, A, just what do you want me to ask Mr. Conklin? And B, why should it be me instead of you?
Well, A, to requisition $100 worth of equipment for the basketball team from the school board, and B, because you're older and carry more weight.
And C, if we were driving in my car, you'd be walking by now.
Well, you don't understand, Miss Brooks. I'm not trying to shirk my duties, but... Well, this is a legitimate beef. Let me put it this way. In the stockyards, when they want the sheep to run a certain way, they don't send a little lamb out to guide them. They send an old goat. I mean, you've seen it in the newsreels, I'm sure, where the goat and the... Gosh, I hope you're not mad, Miss Brooks.
Oh, forget it, Walter. Why should I be mad?
Then you'll do it? You'll ask Mr. Conklin for me?
I'll do my best. Now, you'd better start putting on your brakes.
My brakes?
Yes, the hallowed walls are hiving into view.
Ladies, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you, too, may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some have dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Now, here's what the doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But doctors have proved this way, using nothing but Palmolive, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap alone for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Well, here we are at school, Miss Brooks. If you will kindly disembark, I'll find a place to park and then return for a joust with the forces of education.
If I was a gambler, Walter, I'd bet on you to place. Oh, there's Harriet Conklin. I think I'll ask her what kind of a mood her father's in.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
Just a minute, Harriet. I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. I'm glad we ran into each other.
Same here. Harriet, did you have breakfast with your father this morning?
Well, yes, I did.
How was he? His temper, I mean.
Pretty good, Miss Brooks. Until Mother showed him some of the bills that had come in.
Then what did he do?
Nothing unusual. He just slammed down his paper, bit through his coffee cup, and left. It could have been worse.
Sure, he could have bitten your mother.
That's one of the reasons I'm glad we ran into each other. Miss Brooks, did I ever tell you what an unending source of inspiration you are?
Oh, I must end somewhere.
I mean it, Miss Brooks. You're more than just an excellent instructor of English. You're...
I'm the patsy who's going to face your father with one of your problems.
All this and psychic, too. How did you know I wanted you to talk to Daddy for me, Miss Brooks?
Well, why should you be an exception, Harriet? What's your beef? Complaint?
The domestic science room. It's like a deep freeze.
That room, too?
It's so cold that most of us wear gloves all during the class. Makes it very awkward, Miss Brooks. Especially when we're trying to use the sewing machine.
Sounds pretty bad.
Bad? It's terrible. Yesterday, Bessie Snyder sewed 5 of her fingers together.
Oh, what's so terrible about that? Gives you an extra ladle for the cooking class.
It broke the sewing machine, and we need $200 for a new one.
Oh, but Harriet...
Miss Brooks, it's up to you to make conditions in this school livable.
For you, you mean? I'd better be armed with plenty of facts before I face your father, though. I think I'll make a survey of the rest of the rooms.
Starting with Mr. Boynton's biology laboratory?
Now who's psychic? Yes, Harriet, I think I'll interview the shy master of the microbes.
I've been in there, Miss Brooks. It's even colder than the other rooms. I hope you can do something about it.
I should be able to, with the experience I've had.
Well, what do you mean, Miss Brooks?
I've been trying to thaw Mr. Boynton out for years.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. How do you feel this morning?
Cold, thanks, especially in here. Where do you hang your sides of beef, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, this kind of silly at that. I was going to ask Mr. Conklin about the heating situation, but now that you're here, I wonder if you would...
Naturally.
You better slip this coat on. Even your voice is shivery.
No, this outfit I'm wearing is fairly warm. I've got 4 sweaters on, you know.
Really? Where?
Let's not get racy, Mr. Boynton.
Sorry, Miss Brooks. I didn't mean anything personal.
You never do.
The situation is pretty bad. Now, take my prize frog, McDougal, for instance. He's had a sore throat for weeks, and now with this cold spell, I'm afraid he's developing sinus trouble. Oh, here's his cage right here.
Hello, Mac. How do you feel? tight. Have a Kleenex, Mac. You're welcome.
It's no wonder he's sick. Look at the tank he's in. No provisions for heating or water at all. This morning, his breakfast was frozen 2 inches from his nose. By the time he did eat, he had indigestion.
That's really awful, Mr. Boynton. This equipment is pretty obsolete. What's this bowl here? Oh, these must be some new fish. What's the name of these pretty blue ones, Mr. Boynton?
Goldfish. They're just cold.
They could slap their fins together. Oh, look at these cute little guinea pigs. Now, they're what I call sensible animals. Look how they huddle together for warmth in their cage. You know, Mr. Boynton, you and I could keep kind of warm that way, too.
Oh, no, we couldn't, Miss Brooks. We could never fit into a cage that size.
Well, no, but it would be fun trying to. Look, Mr. Boynton, about what do you estimate it would cost for new equipment for this lab?
Oh, a couple of $100, roughly. $150 if you smooth it out. That's a sort of a joke, Miss Brooks. First I said roughly, and then $150 if you smooth it out.
Oh. That's a Lulu.
I know another one, but I wish you'd stop me if you've heard it. It's about this group of people.
I've heard it.
You have? The one about the group of people who are all discussing something in a very animated manner, and suddenly they stop, and this one fellow says, "Is anybody eating a lifesaver?" And somebody else says, "Why?" And the first chap says, "Because there's a hole in the conversation." Is that the one you've heard?
No, I heard a different one. Tell yours.
Well, it's about... I just did tell it, Miss Brooks.
Oh, so you did, Mr. Boynton, and a little beauty it was, too. But I better get ready for my first class now. I'll see Mr. Conklin at the beginning of lunch period.
Well, it's awfully nice of you to do this, Miss Brooks. Will you have lunch with me afterwards?
Oh, I'd love to, Mr. Boynton.
And, Miss Brooks, please don't even bring your purse with you. It only embarrasses me when you try to pay your own check in the cafeteria.
All right, Mr. Boynton. I'll leave my bag in my desk.
Fine. When I see you to your room, I can pick up what you owe me.
That's a good one, too. What am I laughing at? He's not kidding. Let's see this list now. Weather stripping for my room, $50. Basketball team equipment, $100. New sewing machine, about $200. And biology lab equipment, $150. Total, $500. Of course, that's without the additional coal we'll have to get. Well, here goes.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Conklin. I just wanted to
Sit down a moment, Miss Brooks. I'm speaking on the phone.
Yes, sir.
So you see, Miss Stanhope, this senseless extravagance has got to stop. Why, do you realize that your art class used up 3 more drawing pencils this month than last? What do you think the school board is made of? Money? What? How can you cut down? Tell the students not to sharpen them so often. And remember, Miss Stanhope, it isn't the 50 cents involved that's important. It's the money. Get on the ball and let's start cutting down expenses around here. Good day. Now, what do you want?
Happy New Year, Mr. Conklin. I just happened to be passing your office, and I thought I'd stop in and say hello.
Hello. Now, if you'll excuse me, I was just going to lunch.
But, Mr. Conklin, you don't want to go up to that drafty cafeteria.
What do you mean, drafty?
Oh, it is. It's almost as bad as the schoolrooms.
What?
And the gym and the biology laboratory and the domestic science room in which your own daughter Harriet is at this very moment shivering and shaking while she sews her gloved fingers together on the sewing machine which Bessie Snyder broke. There, I said it, and I'm glad.
If you're angling for another vacation, Miss Brooks, the answer is no. Now compose yourself and talk like a rational human being.
Well, it's like this, Mr. Conklin. If we could get a larger appropriation from the school...
A larger appropriation? Miss Brooks, let me tell you what I was planning when you so fortuitously entered my office. I was planning on a general revision of expenses, an economy wave the likes of which this school has never seen. For example, you will in the future direct your pupils to use half as much chalk.
You mean no more capital letters?
Exactly. And this building, it's kept like a hothouse. I intend to cut way down on the supply of coal we're wasting.
Wasting? But But...
Don't butt me, young woman.
Oh, I can't help it. I'm the goat that was picked for the job. That is, it's not a question of a lot of money, Mr. Conklin. And the temperature of the school is very important.
It certainly is. And I find it extremely comfortable for the most part. But why are you wearing your overcoat?
It's just a silly quirk of mine, Mr. Conklin. I'm trying to break up an ice jam in my arteries.
Oh, nonsense. And take off those gloves. And I wish you'd stop smoking while you're talking to me.
I'm not smoking. I'm just breathing.
Well, cut it out. That's the trouble with people nowadays. They're all mollycoddles, softies. Why, when I think of our forefathers at Valley Forge, dragging cannons through the snow with their feet wrapped in rags, it's enough to make my blood boil.
Well, it wouldn't boil in my room. Look, Mr. Conklin, if you don't care about people, think of the poor little animals in Mr. Boynton's laboratory.
What's wrong with them?
The white mice can't run around on the treadmill without snowshoes. McDougal doesn't know whether to croak, sneeze, or hiccup. So he does all three, and it's pretty depressing.
Well, then don't listen to it.
And how about the basketball team? Walter Denton says that every time one of his substitutes goes into a game, he has to hide behind a trunk while they're changing blankets. And just think, $100 would remedy the entire situation.
$100?
Plus $200 for a new sewing machine, $50 for weather stripping my room, and $150 for warmer tanks and better equipment in the biology lab. $500 is all you have to requisition from the board, plus some added money for coal. And if you'll sharpen the sword, I'll fall on it on my way out.
Miss Brooks, I'm going to try to control myself. I'm going to walk over to that window and look out of it. A moment later, I'm going to turn around, and you will have gone quietly out of the door. That's better. $500 indeed.
Plus coal.
Get out!
Here I am, Miss Brooks. The cafeteria was pretty crowded today. Young Denton here invited us to share his table.
Sure, sit down, Miss Brooks. Want me to get you a tray?
Thanks, Walter, but I haven't time to eat right now. I've just left Mr. Conklin's office, and he's flatly refused to requisition a penny from the school board.
But the temperature, my animals, McDougal's toes are frostbitten now.
And how about my basketball team? We got a very important home game on tomorrow night, and that gym is just icy. Oh, we gotta do something, Miss Brooks. We just gotta get some more coal into this building.
Well, maybe we could start an airlift. No, I guess not. Wait a minute. The only way to make Mr. Conklin see the necessity of improving the coal situation is to pretend we're all coming down with colds.
You mean go into his office sneezing and coughing and all?
Exactly. He won't dare face a school board investigation if he thinks an epidemic is starting. Besides, I happen to know he's quite a hypochondriac when it comes to contagious germs.
But if we really don't have colds, it'd be lying to say we have, wouldn't it?
It's a white lie for the common good, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, but you know what happens to me when I tell a falsehood. I have a psychosomatic symptom that causes me to hiccup.
Well, we'll have to take that chance. Think of McDougal, Mr. Boynton, and those blue goldfish swimming around depending on you to do something.
I'll do it, Miss Brooks. I'll be darned if I don't. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, forget it, Mr. Boynton. In a crisis like this, even I resort to profanity. Oh, fudge.
Come in. Mr. Conklin, I got a bad cold.
What?
It's in by Doze and Ed, mostly.
Turn around, Boynton. Don't you know those germs travel? How long have you had this cold?
Oh, for a long time. Achoo!
You caught something from that wretched frog of yours. Now go take some aspirin, go home early, do something, but get out of this office at once.
But, Mr. Conklin, if my laboratory was a little bit warmer...
I'll talk to you after you've recovered, Boynton.
Fine, Mr. Conklin. Thank you, sir. Achoo!
Better open the window and clear the air in this room. That's better. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. Water deaded.
What do you want, Denton?
As manager of the basketball team, I'd like to request a warmer gym.
A what?
A warmer gym to play in. It's freezing in there. I got a cold.
You too? Well, cover your face when you sneeze.
We got a very important game to play tomorrow, and we need some heat badly.
Peace. Well, if you've got such a bad cold, Denton, you'd better not come round to the game tomorrow.
What?
I'll be there, and I'll appoint another manager.
But I'm not that sick, Mr. Conklin. Gosh, I feel great.
I
think I know what you mean, Denton. This is all a scheme to get me to ask the board for more money. And I think I know who put you up to it, too.
She did not. Oh, that is...
Come in, Miss Brooks.
How did you know it was me, Mr. Conklin?
I heard you rehearsing your sneeze.
Gee, you look great, Miss Brooks. Never saw you looking better.
Thank you, Walter.
You couldn't possibly have a cold or anything the way you look. Know what I mean?
Keep talking, Denton. I don't mind.
Why, what's the matter with you, Walter? I have a terrible cold in my chest and my head. It's from my room, Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Conklin, if that is the scream, you sure do a funny imitation of a person with a cold, Miss Brooks.
What do you mean, imitation?
Sure. Everybody knows you're just fooling.
Among my own pupils. A stool pigeon.
I knew this was all a plot, Miss Brooks, and I'm ashamed of you. Why, just because there's a little fresh air circulating through the school. Good fresh air. You throw a fit. Our forefathers should see you now. Those men at Valley Forge dragging the cannon through the snow with rags tied around their feet. Why, when I think of those...
The door was open, so I just came on in, Daddy.
What is it, Harriet?
I talked to Mother on the phone a little while ago, and her back's bothering her a bit. She'd like the heating pad.
What heating pad?
The one you've got under the cushion you're sitting on. Here's the plug back here. Now, if you'll just get up a minute. There we are. I'll take it home to Mother right away.
Where in the world did that thing come from?
From Valley Forge, of course. The boys must have got some hot rags for their feet. Well, Mr. Conklin recommended the necessary expenditures to the school board and personally ordered some coal immediately. I thought it was a very sportsmanlike and unselfish gesture, and I started to tell him so when I met him in the hall. Mr. Conklin, I think it was very nice of you to tackle this problem so promptly.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. But I wasn't prompt enough. I'm getting pneumonia.
Oh, what's the difference, Mr. Conklin? As long as you've got your health.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you will be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Blow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with My Mind's on You. It may seem a little early to say that spring is just around the corner, but actually it is. And before you know it, the wildflowers will be poking their heads up through the new earth, and those of you who like to be outdoors will be puttering in your gardens. I know it's fun because I like it myself. And I know one way to find a little more time to be outside, by cutting down on unnecessary work inside. Notice that I said unnecessary work.
For example, the kind you avoid by protecting your linoleum floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Yes, you do save many hours of unnecessary work by using Glow Coat on your floors. There's practically no work at all in using Glow Coat. You simply apply and let dry for 20 minutes. Glow Coat polishes itself without any rubbing or buffing. It protects your linoleum against wear and dirt, gives it a long-lasting, beautiful polish. It brings out the colors, keeps linoleum new-looking, makes it last longer. With so many things to do these nice days ahead, don't waste precious hours using old-fashioned cleaning methods. Protect your floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. If you were listening last week, you'll know that our friends got themselves into a spot where everybody in town thought they were broke. Even if you weren't listening, that's what happened. And so in order to correct that impression, a lovely buffet supper will be held tonight for a number of lovely people at 79 Wistful Vista, the lovely home of that lovely couple, Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, look at that buffet lunch I fixed up. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, boy, I'll say it is. It's lovely. Looks good enough to eat.
It is to eat.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Hey, where'd you ever get those grapefruit? I never saw any like that there before.
Like what?
With them little weenies growing out of them.
What?
What'll them horticulturists think of next?
Those are cocktail sausages, and I stuck them in there with toothpicks.
Oh.
Does everything look all right?
Oh, wonderful. As the wife says when she aimed to kick at her husband under the bridge table, this is going to be some shindig.
Say, we'll show everybody in town that the McGees aren't broke or in need of anything.
You betcha.
Did you tell Mr. Gildersleeve to bring over a dozen folding chairs?
Yes, and Mrs. Uppington is going to borrow us the loan of her big punch bowl.
Oh. Well, I've asked Mr. Wilcox to bring some of his phonograph records.
What's phonograph? What's the matter with the ones we got?
Did you ever try to rumba to Cohen on the telephone? And another thing, how about extra playing cards?
Horatio K. Boomer's bringing them.
Well, I guess we're all set then.
Yes, sir. And this will show our friends that the McGees don't need help from anybody.
That's right.
Why, when this party is over, we...
Oh, here they come, McGee. Who is it?
Wilcox and Billy Mills. Come in, fellas. Well, hello.
Hello, boys. Glad you could come. Make yourselves right at home. You're the first one.
Anything I can do to help, folks?
No, Harlow. We got Johnson's wax on everything but the stuffed celery. So just unlax. Oh, what do you say, Billy?
Which way are the pretzels?
Why, the way all pretzels are, kind of twisted up like this. Show him to the pretzels, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure. And look, Bill, don't eat too many pretzels. They make you thirsty.
Superfluous, aren't they? Take him away, Harlow. Take him away. We got to get busy. Uh-oh.
Oh, hello, Mr. DePoplis. Come right in.
Thank you, Cupie. If there is being anything I can do to be of assistance, maybe I could play the piano for people.
I didn't know you could play the piano, Nick.
Me either, Fizzer.
Oh.
But I'm willing to try.
Mm-hmm.
For scrape sakes, my little boy Demetrios is only 6 years old, and he's playing the piano, and if a kid's that age who isn't dry behind my ears can do it, who am I?
Well, you go right ahead and try your luck, Mr. DePoplis. Oh, say, McGee, I forgot something.
You did?
Yes, I was going to order a corsage for myself, and I forgot all about it.
Ah, go on. You don't need a corsage. You got as good a figure as any woman in town. And what's more...
Greetings.
Oh,
hi.
What a lovely night for a party.
Come in, Abigail, and what have you got there?
Oh, this is the goldfish bowl you wanted, my dear.
Goldfish bowl? Now, look, McGee, did you...
Hey, I didn't ask her for any goldfish bowl. I just told her butler over the phone that we wanted that big bowl of uppies.
Oh, he thought that you said that big bowl of guppies.
Oh, sure.
Well, we'll put the guppies in the bathtub, and I'll wash out the bowl for the punch. That's all we have to mix it in except the umbrella stand.
Oh, and that would never do, would it, my dear? No. Somebody might put a stick in it.
You may be a social butterfly to everybody else, Uppy, but to me, you're just a Miller. And I do mean Joe.
Well, you go right in and make yourself at home, Abigail.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Oh, there's Billy Mills, a dear, dear boy.
The canvas is on. How did a dim bulb like her ever get to be a social light?
Now, listen, McGee, she's all right.
Hey,
She's just...
Did you ever find anybody to turn the ice cream freezer?
Sure I did, dearie. Come on out in the kitchen and see.
Oh, okay.
Hello there, Johnny, your daughter. Hello, Johnny. My plate slipped there a second. Hope you ain't ready for this ice cream. Takes time, you know.
How you coming with it, old-timer?
Kind of slow, Johnny. But I'd go faster if I felt better.
Oh, don't you feel well?
Can't you tell? Got the chills and fever, daughter.
Oh.
From the waist up, I'm hotter than a dime store frying pan. From my galluses down, I'm colder than a hound dog's nose.
Well, no wonder you're sitting on that extra cake of ice.
Hey? Oh, yes. For a while there, I thought I was coming down with the old pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
Not to me, Johnny. Had it twice before. Well, I better get on with my freezing, kids.
Say, are you sure you know when it's done, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yep, sure do, daughter. I start out turning the freezer like all get out. Looking forward to getting a taste of it when it's finished. Then, as I keep a turning, I get a tighter and a tighter till I don't give a whoop or a holler if I ever taste ice cream again. When I feel like that, Johnny, it's done.
Down the track and sees this other train coming at him, he says to the fireman, "Did you ever have one of them days when everything seemed to go wrong?"
Say, McGee, may I speak to you a minute?
Sure. Excuse me a minute, folks. What's the matter, Molly? The party's going swell.
Well, I believe it is at that, dearie, but say, where's Mr. Gildersleeve?
Search me. Maybe he had to stay late at the office. I'll give him a ring and see.
Well, here's the phone.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 67 at... Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What say, Mert? Your kid brother? Oh, dear. Broken back, eh?
Oh, heavenly days. How terrible.
Oh, it ain't so bad. Her brother started the hitchhike to California with only $3. Got as far as Peoria, and now he's broke. And back. Okay, Mike? Huh? Oh, okay. I'll call later.
Say, and another thing, McGee.
Huh?
Who invited the doctor to our party?
I did.
Why?
Well, just in case. We've had these buffet parties before with the same crowd, and there's one guy who always overeats.
Who?
Me.
Well, now, if the doctor...
Hey, folks, may I use your phone for a long-distance call? I want to talk to my wife. She's visiting friends in Phoenix.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead, Mr. Wilcox. Though it may take you a long time to get an answer.
Why, Molly?
Well, they're 2 or 3 hours later out there than we are.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll try it anyway. Hand me the phone, Fibber. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me longest... Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? Well, give me long distance anyway, will you, Mert? Thanks.
He knows Mert, too, dearie.
Not as well as me. I do gags with her.
Hello, long distance. Give me Phoenix 1907865. Mrs. Harlow Wilcox. No, Wilcox. W as in wax, I as in indispensable, L as in lovely, C as in cleanliness, O as in housewife, and X as in exquisite. That's it, Wilcox.
Come on, Molly. We shouldn't ought to be listening in on his private calls.
Be quiet. I can't hear.
Hello? Hello, is that you, Angel Puss? This is Tuffy Wuffy.
Oh, now I am glad that doctor's here. I think I'm going to be sick.
Hush.
No, sweetheart, I'm at a party at the McGee's. The McGee's. You remember, Fibber McGee and Molly. What? No, I don't want to describe them. They're standing right here with me. Yes, everything's fine, sweetie pie. I've waxed all the furniture and woodwork all through the house, and it looks beautiful. What? Why, sure, I use Johnson's wax. That's the best there is.
He's prejudiced.
He better be.
Well, how are you, darling, anyway? Oh, that's fine. Been doing any horseback riding out there? You have? Well, sit down and write me a letter and tell me all about it. What? Oh, well, stand up and write me a letter then. And don't worry about the house. With Johnson's wax on everything, there's almost no housework to be done, you know. Okay, cutie, be a good girl. Goodbye.
How did you ever take enough time off from business to propose to that gal, Harlow?
Oh, I didn't take any time off. I was down on my knees anyway, looking at the floors. Well, much obliged, folks.
Say, come on, McGee. We better join the party, too.
Well, how's everybody getting along?
How about you, Doctor? Are you enjoying yourself?
Yes, indeed, Mr. McGee. Having a splendid time. Mrs. Uppington has been telling me all about her operation.
Oh.
Say, speaking of operations, Doc, what do you do for moles?
Set a trap for them, old man. They'll simply ruin your lawn.
Say, I ran into an unusual medical case the other day, Doc. I saw a newborn baby with a neck 3 feet long.
Oh, no. Good heavens. Wasn't the mother simply horrified?
No, she was a giraffe, too.
Reminds me of a friend I went to see yesterday in the hospital. Very sad case of lead poisoning.
Oh, what caused it, Mr. Boomer?
5 aces.
Well, come on, folks. How about a game of kick the wicket?
Oh, McGee!
Well, you'll have to excuse us a minute, folks. There's somebody at the door. Come on, dearie.
Oh, McGee!
I'm coming.
Here. A few of these chairs out from under my chins, will you, McGee? I guess I tried to carry too many at one time.
The trouble with you is, Gildy, you don't keep yourself in good physical condition.
Come on, McGee. Take some of these chairs.
Say, you know, I think Mr. Gildersleeve is in very good condition, McGee.
Yeah?
You see how red his face is?
Mm-hmm.
He must have wonderful circulation.
Oh, please, folks, I can't hold these chairs much longer.
What you need, Gildy, is more exercise.
Yes.
Say, maybe he smokes too much.
Yeah.
That makes a person very short-waisted.
You mean short-winded, Molly. Now, look here, Gildersleeve. If I was you, I'd start taking cold showers every morning, followed by a...
Oh, McGee, please take these chairs. My arms are killing me.
That's exactly what I mean. You ain't got any reserve. Your energy is all...
You better take those chairs. Better take the chairs, McGee, before he faints.
Huh? Oh, Oh, the chairs. Oh, shucks, why didn't he say something about them? Just rack them against the wall there anywhere, Gildy.
He said rack 'em, not wreck 'em, Mr. Gildy.
Well, I couldn't help it, Mrs. McGee. My strength was ebbing away.
Of course your strength was elbowing away, Gildy. You ain't got any endurance.
Oh, I haven't, eh? McGee, I've stood about as much of this as I can stand.
See? No endurance.
Is that so? Why, you little mollycoddle?
Who's a mollycoddle?
I am.
He is not.
You are, too.
Am I?
Now, look, boys, if you two want to fight, go out behind the garage and fight.
Why, Molly, what are you trying to do? Stir up trouble between I and my pal Gildersleeve?
My pal Gildersleeve and me, McGee.
Oh, you got a pal named Gildersleeve, too? That's a coincidence, ain't it?
Any relation?
It's the first cousin. No! I meant myself.
Can't you talk about anything but yourself?
No.
The trouble with you is you don't mix with people enough, Gildy.
No, come on in and join the party, Mr. Gildersleeve. You'll find the rest of the people in the other room.
All right. I hope there's dancing.
Oh. Do you like to dance, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I love it. When I was in college, I had a big picture of Irene Castle on my dresser.
Oh, did you ever dance with her, Gildy?
Well, I tried it once, but the corner of the frame kept tearing my coat pocket. Now, where is this party?
Gee, I wonder if the ice cream is done yet.
Let's go out in the kitchen and see.
Hello there, kids. How's the party coming along?
Just fine, Mr. Oldtimer. Better get that ice cream done and join us.
It's kind of slow work, daughter. Still kind of soupy.
I see by your chin that you take a taste of it now and then.
Yes, I do, Johnny.
Well, it's plain ice cream, and he's the taste pilot, McGee.
It's pretty mediocre, daughter. That ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, I see where these college kids are taking off their shoes at dances. That's the way with them kids, says t'other feller, who was a keen observer of current events. Either too much sock in their dancing or too much dancing in their socks. Well, run along now, you two. I've got to get back to the old grind.
Mr. McGee, won't you do a rumba with me? Or do you know how to rumba?
What do you mean, do I know how to rumba, Uppy? Why, when I was a dancer down in the Argentine, I was a household word.
Yeah, and it's a good thing it was in Spanish.
Why, Uppy, all them Latin dances are a cinch for me. Every place I went in South America and Cuba, I came, I saw, and I congaed.
Oh.
And of all the professionals, took a back seat when I did the rumba. Rumba Seat McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, my.
Fill this up again, Wilcox. I'll need my strength for this. Rumba Seat McGee, raising the roof and ringing the rafters from Rio de Rosario as the red-hot razzle-dazzle ring-tailed roar of the rhythm Romeos, running riot at restaurants, rodeos, ranchos, and royal receptions with a repertoire of rippling, rollicking routines, risking the raspberries, razors, and ridicule of the riffraff by revising the rules of ragtime rug-cutting in the romantic republics, and receiving raves, rhapsodies, and riches from the real rulers of the roost, who rigged me in ruffles and ribbles to dance the Cuban reel, but here's the king's men singing Ezekiel saw the wheel.
Ezekiel saw the wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. There's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air. Some go to church for to sing and shout way in the middle of the air. Before 6 months days all turned out way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. There's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air. Let me tell you what a hip will do, way in the middle of the air. He'll talk about me and he'll talk about you, way in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw that wheel.
Way in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw that wheel.
Way in the middle of the air. The little will run by faith and the big will run by the grace of God. My children, one of these days, about 12 o'clock, way up in the middle of the air, this whole wide world is gonna re-reel and rock like Daddy in his rocking chair.
Ezekiel saw that wheel
rocking away up in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw the wheel
rocking away in the middle, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw the wheel
way up in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw that wheel
way in the middle of the air.
The little wheel run by faith
and the big wheel run by the grace of God. The wheel, the wheel, the wheel, the wheel, way in the middle of the air.
Mrs. McGee, and what a delightful buffet. The food is simply delicious, and oh, my dear, you certainly know your ham.
Well, I ought to. I've been married to him for 20 years.
Okay, let it go. Now, look, folks, the old-timer will have the ice cream done in just a few minutes now.
In the meantime, let's ask Mr. Boomer to show us some card tricks.
Well, Mr. Boomer has already shown me some card tricks. Wonderful illusion, too. I thought we were playing blackjack.
Oh, do show us some sleight of hand, Horatio.
Certainly, my dear, certainly. I'll start with my celebrated feat of making a $20 bill disappear. It will then be found embedded in the heart of an ordinary lemon with the skin unbroken.
Oh, can you really do that?
Oh, it's nothing. Now, wait a minute. Let me see. Where did I put that $20 bill? $20 bill, $20 bill. Here's a $40 set of false whiskers, and that ain't hay. Here's a postcard from an old college chum. Tried to get him to go to a bachelor's dinner with me last night, and he pulled a wife on me. Yes. Here's a necktie from a lady friend, knitted for me to match my eyes.
Wow.
Ever see a bloodshot necktie before? A check for a short beard. Well, imagine that. No $20 bill. Will someone in the group lend me a $20 bill? Now then, my next trick will be...
Dad, rat that Gildersleeve, always hammering at our door when he knows there's...
That isn't me, McGee. I'm here.
Oh, yes, excuse me.
See who it is, dearie.
Okay.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Hey, what you doing running around at this time of the night in your nightie and slippers?
I'm looking for my little dog, Margaret.
Oh.
Have you seen her, mister? Have you, please?
No, I haven't, sis. Say, you better come in before you catch cold.
Does your mother know you're out in that flimsy outfit, little girl?
No, she doesn't, I bet you. I snuck out when she wasn't looking.
Well, for scream's sakes, while little Cupie is here, why don't somebody give her a piece of her cake? How can she look for a doggy with an empty stomach?
My doggy hasn't got an empty stomach, I bet you. I fed him right after supper.
Okay. Well, now, look, sis, as long as you're here, you might contribute to the entertainment, such as it is. Why don't you entertain us with something?
Oh, gee. Okay. I'll recite a poem.
Oh, fine.
The name of it is Isle of Animals, I bet you.
Oh, well, fine. Go ahead, sis.
Poem. Isle of dogs and cats and mooses, and elks and chickens and ducks and mooses. Isle of camels and horses and donkeys, and lions and tigers and cows and donkeys, and sheep and goats and bears and zebras, and mice and whales and lambs and
Cuba Libras.
Thanks, Mr. Mills. I love antelopes and weasels, but I guess I better go home now because I got the measles.
What'd you say, sis? You got the what?
The measles.
Just a minute, little girl. Come here a minute. Oh, I think she's just fooling, Doctor. Oh, no, she isn't.
I'm not
This child has got the measles. What? I can't let her go home again.
Huh?
Now, put her to bed, will you, Mrs. McGee?
No. I couldn't fool. Let me out of here. Hey, for scream's sake, I haven't been back in Nashville since I was a little kid. Really, I think we should all go home before
I'm sorry, none of you can go. Oh. We'll all have to remain here until the health department of Wistful Vista permits us to leave.
I'm going to see the
But listen, Doctor, you mean we're quarantined?
That's exactly what I mean.
How can we be?
Hey, kids! Great news!
What you mean, old-timer?
The ice cream's done.
Reverend Molly will be back in just a moment. If you're considering new linoleum for your kitchen or hall or bathrooms this spring, let me make two suggestions. Number one, buy a good grade of linoleum made by a reliable manufacturer. Good linoleum will last practically forever if you take proper care of it. Which, by coincidence, brings me to suggestion number two. Take proper care of it. As soon as you put it down, give it a good coat of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Notice how clearly Glow Coat brings out the colors. Notice after a few days how the hard film of Glow Coat has protected the finish against scratches and wear. The fact is, if you protect that linoleum regularly with Johnson's Glow Coat, it will stay like new for years, last much longer than if you cleaned it the old-fashioned scrubbing way. And I'm sure I needn't point out that Glow Coat will save you, too. Save your hands, your back. Save you hours of work. Give you more leisure to enjoy the good things of life. So, order some Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat tomorrow.
This a mess. All this gang quarantined in our house for goodness knows how long. I hope. Where are they going to sleep, all of them?
Well, I'll just have to arrange some sort of...
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah. Who? Oh, yeah. The party will be going on for quite a while yet. Yeah, and Molly's kind of annoyed that you weren't around. Yeah. Boy, are you going to catch it when you get here.
Who's going to catch what, McGee?
Uncle Dennis, and you know what. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. Telegram for Mr. Jones.
Oh, here you are, son. Thanks. Mother arrives Sunday for visit. Be sure to pick up can of Johnson's Carnu and give our car a beauty treatment before she arrives. Signed, Mary. Well, that's a good idea.
You bet it's a good idea. Carnu actually cleans and wax polishes your car in one easy operation in half the time it used to take. Wax polish your car. Buy Johnson's Carnu tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Oh, yes. What happened seemed accidental. The man who opened the elevator door and plunged 10 stories to his death. The hotel fire that reduced 5 people to charred ash. And Edward Turner who died when his car smashed into a pillar. But why was the same man at the scene of each tragedy? A man in a velvet hat. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Would you like to hear the story of a mad killer who murdered with one hand while holding the Bible in the other? Sound intriguing, huh? Well, if it does, stay with us for the next 30 minutes as we bring you an exciting mystery tale by Jerome and Harold Prince. These talented brothers have evolved a strange and stirring story that should keep you on the edge of your seats throughout. So settle yourselves in them now as we raise the curtain on The Man in a Velvet Hat.
The beginning, New York City. An office building in the financial district just off Wall Street. Sometime after closing hours, Tuesday night, December 15th. An office Christmas party for out-of-town salesmen. The party is being held on the 19th floor in room 1906.
Listen and children listen to hear the bell through the song. No, fellas, no, I really gotta go. No kidding. Stick around, will you? It's early yet.
Not 11 o'clock yet, Smitty.
Leave it to Smitty, will you? The louse has got a date somewhere. Oh, no. No, fellas, I'm going straight home to the little woman. Oh, you. I love you, kid, but oh, my wife. Well, Merry Christmas, you guys. Merry Christmas, Smitty. Stick with it, boy. Stick with it, fellas. Turn the lights off in this corridor. How do you like that? Where's that night bell for that elevator? Where's that elevator? Doorbell indicator. Well, here's the elevator right here. Just open the door and...
Sudden death in an elevator shaft. That was at 11 p.m. Tuesday, December 15th. 9 hours later, 8 a.m. Wednesday, December 16th, a letter is delivered to John Reynolds, ranking New York newspaper columnist.
Here's a screwy letter, Mike. My dear Mr. Reynolds, it was my whim 2 hours ago to take home with me to eternity my son, known in this life as Fred Smith. Well, what do you know about that? Was it signed? No, but look. Capital M on my and me. Just as though the guy writing the letter thought that he was God. Hey. Yeah? I just think I'll put in a routine check. See if any guy named, Fred Smith was knocked off in the last couple of hours.
The following day, December 17th, at a downtown hotel.
3 alarmer!
That's a lousy note, hardly a week before Christmas. Poor devils. 5 dead, the chief figured. All from some dope who has to smoke cigarettes in bed in a flyer-trapped flea bag of a hotel.
Mike. Yeah? Mike, look. Another letter. Listen. My dear Mr. Reynolds, 5 have been purified by flames and are at peace within my heart. Hey. Mike, have you any word of any big fires today?
Why, yeah, there was a 3 alarmer in a hotel downtown, just east of Broadway.
One day later, December 18th. It is night. 2nd Avenue is wet and slippery with rain. Then...
What happened?
The car, see? Into the pillar.
My dear Mr. Reynolds, in a swift chariot I have taken Edward Tucker home to glory.
No signature. The third in 3 days, and if it's like the others, it's on the beam. This looks like a story.
The following day, December 19th, John Reynolds sets out to investigate.
I'm Reynolds of the New York Dispatch. Is this the building where Fred Smith was killed 4 days ago?
That's right.
Were you on the night elevator the night Smith fell down the shaft?
Yep. Drunk as a coot he must have been.
Listen to me. On the night that Smith was killed, did you take anybody up to that office Christmas party who didn't belong there? A stranger?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Now, look. See this $50 bill?
$50? Gee.
Go on, take it. It's yours.
Gosh.
Now come clean. Who was the stranger?
Oh, maybe you mean the tall guy who came in at a 11:15.
That's the one.
Well, I tell him the party's on the 19th floor. He doesn't answer, just nods. So I take him to the 19th and I let him out.
What'd he look like?
Ah, you got me, Mr. Reynolds. I didn't...
You must have seen his hat. What kind of a hat did he wear?
Oh, yeah, black. It was old and fuzzy.
Fuzzy, like old velvet?
If you say so, Mr. Reynolds.
If I say so, no. Was it like velvet?
Okay, Mr. Reynolds, okay. A velvet hat. Yeah, a man in a velvet hat.
You were one of the firemen working in that fire in this hotel. Was there anything suspicious?
Just a guy smoking a cigarette in bed. That's suspicious. Pure accident.
Did you happen to see a man in a black velvet hat hanging around outside the ropes when the fire was blazing?
Black velvet hat?
That's it. Black velvet hat.
It was raining that night and...
Sure it was.
Yeah. There was a guy.
And he was wearing a black velvet hat. Do you remember, fireman? Do you remember? Madam, they tell me you were a witness to that auto crash down the street last night.
That's right. What about it?
Was anybody else around last night when that car slammed into the pillar?
What if there was?
Look, did you happen to know who the man driving that car was? He was Edward Tucker, who was champion midget auto driver. Now, it wouldn't be easy for him to lose control of his car.
It was wet. It had been raining.
Sure. Now tell me, were there any other witnesses around?
A man?
A man. He must have been wearing,
Well, a raincoat and a hat.
A hat. What? Do you remember what kind of a hat he was wearing? Was it dark?
Dark? Yeah. Almost black, yeah.
Maybe kind of fuzzy?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, fuzzy. Yeah. Almost like it was, velvet. Yeah, a velvet hat.
And in John Reynolds' column in the New York Dispatch the next morning, December 20th.
3 deaths. 3 accidental deaths. But were they accidental? In every case, an eyewitness tells us of seeing a man in a velvet hat, an apparent madman. A man whose paranoia assumes the form of God's substitution. A man who writes letters claiming the deaths were caused by him. Are the police aware of the reign of this madman? And is the madman lying, or has he done murder? But if murder has been done, and if this man is a murderer, he's a murderer such as the world has never known. Or perhaps such as the world has always known, but never seen. There's no motive for any of his crimes, no evidence of lust or of envy, of passion or of gain. Certainly, if this man is not a god, he has not only successfully adopted the posturing of one, but the psychic attributes as well. Where he walks, death walks. This man may be death himself.
And all New York reads John Reynolds' column and wonders. Then, in the next 3 days, come 3 more deaths, 3 more letters, and 3 more reports in John Reynolds' column telling of eyewitnesses seeing the man in the velvet hat at the scene of each crime. And now comes panic. The great city is hushed and frightened, waiting to see who is the next to die. And then on December 23rd, the climax. It was late afternoon at the office for the police commissioner. Chief Magruder confers with Detective Sergeant Martin.
Well, I haven't much to report, Chief. This is the wackiest case I've seen.
Never mind that. Get to the facts, man.
What facts? So we're supposed to find a guy wearing a velvet hat, so we can't find anything. Where he lives, his name, nothing. Just doesn't seem to exist.
Perhaps he doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, well, tell it to New York City. Tell it to the newspapers.
Hello?
Now, look, Chief, don't you think it'd be better if we told the reporters that we've been getting the same letters that this columnist Reynolds has? Let them know we're at least hep to what's going on.
Yeah, perhaps you're right.
Chief Magruder. Chief Magruder.
Take it easy, Miss Money.
But it's happened again. The man in the velvet hat.
What? Where? How? When?
Crowded movie theater. A woman screamed and shouted, "Look out, the man in the velvet hat." And there was a panic.
Panic? Is anybody killed?
16. 16 dead. Maybe more.
16. Good Lord.
Chief Magruder's office? Yes, sir, just a minute.
Look, Chief, I think I better go out.
Chief Magruder, it's the mayor.
The mayor? Martin, you stay here a minute. Yes, Mr. Mayor. How'd you hear about it so fast? Well, I suppose the newspapers will make a big... But I'm doing everything I can. Oh, Reynolds, eh? Well, why should he... Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Goodbye.
What goes, Chief?
Plenty. Whole town is upside down. Relatives are jamming the morgue, trying to identify the dead. The Citizens Committee is planning a mass meeting tomorrow to demand action. Every newspaper in town is roasting the city administration.
What do we do, Chief?
You do nothing to hear from me. Miss Myers, my hat.
Where you going?
To the mayor's office. The mayor and I and that columnist Reynolds are going to have a little conference.
Reynolds?
Yeah. The mayor seems to think Reynolds knows more about this thing than the police department.
Answer me this, Magruder. Answer me this. Has there been a murder? Are these accidents murders?
Maybe there aren't any murders, Mr. Mayor. Not in the ordinary sense.
I believe there is, Magruder.
Just a minute, Reynolds. Your Honor, except for the panic at the movie house, every death was accidental or natural as sure as we three are in this room.
What do you mean? What about the man in the velvet hat?
Put the screws on some of the people who say they saw him, and he'd disappear like that.
Forget it. To the people of this town, he's real. And this panic, cold panic, right in the middle of the holidays. The people are scared blue.
May I say something, Mr. Mayor?
Well, certainly, that's why you're here.
Look, the way I see it, either it's all a hoax or there is a man in a velvet hat.
That's right. So either prove the hoax or catch the man.
All right. I think we can do one or the other. If Reynolds will help.
Well, certainly I'll help. How?
I'm going to challenge the man in the velvet hat, and Reynolds is going to publish that challenge. I'm going to say I don't think he's a god. I'm going to say I don't even think he's a good criminal. Anybody can boast of a murder after it's happened, but only a master criminal can boast of a murder before it's happened and get away with it. I'm going to challenge him to name his next murder before it happens. And Reynolds will publish my challenge.
Okay, Magruder. But I predict that he'll accept your challenge, and that when he does, you will not catch him.
And in his newspaper column, December 24th, John Reynolds says,
A challenge from the police commissioner of New York City to the man in the velvet hat. Quote, I challenge you to prove that you were a criminal. I think you're a fraud. If you're not a fraud, you will announce in advance the time and place of your next killing, murder, mercy, death, whatever you call it. Unquote. Hello, this is Reynolds of the Dispatch. Give me the commissioner. Please hurry.
Well, just a minute, Mr. Reynolds. Hold on.
Yeah?
Magruder, Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds.
I got an answer from the man in the velvet hat.
You got... What did he say?
He says at precisely 9 o'clock p.m. on Christmas Eve, a man will die poisoned in front of the Times building on Times Square. He says, quote, after this I will move again in silence, for only those without faith need signs. That's all.
9 o'clock Christmas Eve in front of the Times building by poison.
That's what he says.
Okay. Thanks.
What time is it now?
It's 4 minutes till 9, Chief.
4 minutes, huh?
It's darn cold out here.
Why do they keep playing that same tune all the time? That was popular 2 years ago. Did they write any new Christmas songs?
It's a good song.
Stop chattering each other, both of you guys. Tell your nerves to lie down.
Oh, my nerves are all laying down and purring.
All right, then, shut up. Keep your eyes on your watch. Now, let's see. Simon and Thompson in front of the Times building. Burke and Lamantia in the lobby. Rowan over there across the street on 7th Avenue, and the whole homicide squad scattered all over the theatrical district. All right, I'd like to have doubled the number of guys standing around just in case.
Now, what's your nerves need to lie down, Chief?
Precisely at 9 o'clock on Christmas Eve, a man will die poisoned in front of the Times building.
Hey, Chief, where's the front of the Times building? Where we are here in Times Square, or maybe is it a block back there on 42nd Street?
After this, I will move again in silence. For only those without faith need signs. Martin.
Yeah?
You got a good reason why he didn't type out his last note on a typewriter like he usually does? Why does he have to write this one in that Bible lettering?
Search me.
Maybe he's God. Maybe he likes to write like the Bible.
Yeah, and maybe I'll break you and send you out to Pound of Pea on Staten Island. How much time, Martin?
Less than 30 seconds if the guy is prompt and keeping his appointments.
Hey, Chief,
Huh?
look at that guy. See?
Which guy?
Standing over there on a curb on 7th Avenue.
Guy has no hat on. He's got no coat on. He's carrying his coat under his arm.
On a night like this, he's qualifying for the booby hatch.
Here he comes. Watch him. He's coming through those cars. Keep your eye on him.
He's coming right at us.
He stopped, yeah. Hey, look at him. What's he doing? Swallowing poison, you fool. Grab him, quick. Stop that guy.
Keep the crowd away. Keep him away.
Get at the doornail, Chief.
Yeah, isn't he, though?
Here's his coat, Chief. It's a brown raincoat, inside out. Look at this.
Something in his pocket, huh?
Well, I'll be... It's a velvet hat.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah?
Here. Simon picked it up. Said he dropped it on the sidewalk just before he drank the poison.
Give me it. It's a letter.
His last.
Let those without faith disbelieve now.
You're quite a hero today, Chief Magruder.
Hero, eh?
Here's John Reynolds' column. Did you read it?
No, let's see it. The people of New York City owe a vote of thanks to their police commissioner for his effective... That's right. As for the man in the velvet hat, he was clearly a religious fanatic. There were never any crimes. There were merely accidents. Then the man in the velvet hat sent his letters to both the police commissioner and your columnist, attempting to say he had caused these accidents. Finally, when challenged by Magruder to prove his existence, he poisoned himself rather than admit he was not possessed with supernatural powers. Nice open and shut case, eh, Miss Myers?
Yes, sir. Oh, incidentally, the mayor wants you to call him. He wants to thank you personally.
The devil with the mayor. Get that columnist, John Reynolds, on the phone. Tell him to get over here right away. I want to talk to him.
It was a queer case, Magruder, wasn't it? Not really knowing?
Yeah.
You know, I had the right hunch from the beginning. Kept it to myself, though. You know, it's an interesting study, lunacy.
You think so?
The funny thing, though, about the lunatic... I mean, you never did find out who he really was, did you?
Now, look here, Reynolds. I had you pegged from the start.
What do you mean you had me pegged from the start?
You heard me.
Now look here, Magruder. Are you implying the man in the velvet hat and I were working together?
No. There never was a man in a velvet hat. You wrote those letters yourself.
I wrote... Why should I? What motive could I have?
Plenty. You write a newspaper column, don't you? You got to keep it filled and get it read, don't you? Now, look. I'm an old-fashioned cop, Reynolds. I ask myself, who gains? In this case, you did. You created the man in the velvet hat out of whole cloth. You wrote his letters and mailed them to me.
And through coercion, bribery, or suggestion, you convinced a lot of witnesses they actually saw this phantom at the scene of each accident.
This is a gag, a rib. You can't be
And
serious.
maybe we found the typewriters. You wrote the letters on, and maybe we didn't. You can be sure that if we haven't, we will.
It's a beautiful theory, Magruder. But spoiled by an ugly fact. There was a man in a velvet hat. And you haven't. Dead.
No, Reynolds. There wasn't any man in a velvet hat.
What? How do you know?
Look at the man we found dead. The man who took his life in front of the Times building was released from an insane asylum only one day before you published my challenge. He couldn't have been the man in the velvet hat all those other times, not while he was in the asylum.
Now look, Magruder. Don't let your theory run away with your head. You know darn well
Don't tell me what I know darn well. You wrote that biblical script. Then you got this poor fellow who killed himself on Times Square. You took advantage of his insanity to coerce him, cajole him, persuade him in some way to do what he did.
You're out of your mind.
Chief, excuse me.
What do you want, Kaczorski?
Well, Chief, here's the guy we're looking for. Second-hand typewriter store, man, in Brooklyn.
That's the man. That's him. That's the man.
What are you talking about? You're crazy.
I tell you, 7 or 8 times he comes into my store, types something out, each time on a different typewriter. Always letters. Says he's trying them out.
The man's lying. He never saw me.
That's the man, all right. I remember him. That's
Okay, calm down. All right, Reynolds. What have you got to say now?
Now, listen, Magruder, listen to me. When I began this whole thing, I never dreamed it
You
would cause...
never dreamed it would cause the death of 16 people in a crowded theater. And the insane man you persuaded to take poison. That was murder, too, Reynolds.
Murder? Well, they'll electrocute me. Magruder, you're the only one that knows. You can hush this up. Give me a break, will you? Well, what do you say? Look, I've got money. I'll make you a rich man. What do you say, Magruder? What do you say?
I say you're gonna burn, Reynolds. You're gonna burn.
There, my friends, you have the ingenious solution to tonight's Mystery Playhouse performance, The Man in a Velvet Hat. And the moral? Don't make up a man who wasn't there. You might end up in the electric chair. Pardon me, please. The creep who writes this stuff twisted my arm. Well, we've just got time to look in on the green room where our players are rehearsing the next bedtime story. Follow me, please. Come.
You've got to get hold of yourself, Geraldine.
I can't help it, Doctor. You see, it starts every night about this time.
What starts?
The music. David's last composition. I hear it being played on a piano. And the notes seem to come from the old house, the house where David died in the fire.
Well, perhaps someone is playing that piece on the piano. Someone on the island.
No, there's only one other house out here, and those people are away. And the dog. The dog keeps howling all night long.
What dog?
I don't know. There's no dog on the island, but David and I did have a dog. Remember? He stayed with David the night of the fire. He died with him because David was too ill to get out of bed. There it is again.
Amazing. That's a real dog. Somewhere on this island.
Oh. Do you think so?
Why, of course. Probably some stray got across the bridge or swam over from the shore.
Well, you see, Oh, excuse me, Doctor.
Sir.
Hello?
Hello? Mrs. Geraldine Reeves.
Yes, speaking. Who is it?
Listen.
Good heavens!
You have 4 hours to live, Mrs. Reeves. 4 hours to live.
What? What did you say? Hello? Hello?
Matter, Geraldine?
The music. The same music. I heard it again.
What?
Over the phone. Someone's playing it on the piano.
It must be some sort of a prank.
No. A man spoke to me. He said I have 4 hours to live.
4 hours to... Here. Let me have that phone.
No, it's no use. He's rung off.
Well, we might be able to trace the call. Hello, operator. Operator.
Somebody's trying to kill me.
Hello, operator. Operator.
What's wrong, Doctor?
I'm afraid the wires have been cut. We'd better get into my car and drive into town right away.
Yes. Yes, it isn't safe for me to stay here another minute.
Can't understand it. The motor won't turn over. Somebody must have meddled with this car while we were in the house.
Well, try my car, Doctor.
I think perhaps I'd better. Is it in the garage?
Yes, I'll... Great heavens, it's gone. The garage is empty. The car's been stolen.
Now, let's not lose our heads, Geraldine. But... We're not completely cut off yet. We can't use a car. We can still walk.
But it's almost a mile to the bridge, and the road is so dark down along the water.
It won't be too dark with a flashlight. We can go down.
Something peculiar going on here, don't you think? I think that woman has good reason to be worried, too. Sounds to me like the beginning of just the kind of story we like around here. Nice and creepy, huh? Why, you'll have to wait until next time for the whole thing. That old scaremaster of ceremonies, the gory goon of the inner sanctum, Raymond, will be on hand. So you'll be here too, huh? Won't you? When Raymond, the giggling ghoul, tells you the spine-tingling tale. Voice on a wire. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
In the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Director John Farrell. Star Edward G. Robinson.
The NBC Theater presents the Screen Directors Guild production of A Chronicle of Fear. Paramount's Night Has 1,000 Eyes, with its original team of screen director John Farrow, screen star Edward G. Robinson, and William Demarest. Although technical and artistic skills are the everyday instruments of the motion picture director, the very heart of his craft is fashioned from another sort of knowledge, the knowledge of the world in which he lives, and that can be gained only by living a life rich in experience. Such is the background of tonight's guest on the NBC Theater. A native Australian, he has been a seaman, soldier of fortune, adventurer at large, and has made an enduring mark as a scholarly writer of fiction and nonfiction. Here, then, is the director of many famous Paramount films, such as Wake Island, 2 Years Before the Mast, The Big Clock, the soon-to-be-released Alias Nick Beale, and tonight's story, Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Farrell.
Night Has 1,000 Eyes is a story of the supernatural, but it is not a flight of fancy. Counterparts of the strange phenomena in tonight's story have been the subject of recent scientific study by some of our universities. Thus, through the medium of film, and now through the radio, we attempt to reveal a bizarre and a rather terrifying aspect of the strange, strange world in which we live. Now, for the first time on the air, here is Night Has 1,000 Eyes, starring Edward G. Robinson as John Triton, with William Demarest as Lieutenant Shawn.
In the drawing room of a fine suburban home, a young man named Carson reads a strange manuscript while the company listens gravely and silently.
My dear Carson, as you read this manuscript, I will be dead. No one is to blame. My death was as certain as all the other strange events I foresaw. Some of you who have seen me die will doubt this story
and dismiss it as a series of contrived events and coincidences. But you, Carson, and some of the others will know that there are things on Earth still hidden from us, still secret and unfathomable. I suppose most men can look back and see the exact point where destiny touched them. My destiny came upon me on the night of August 3rd, 1929. I was billed as Triton, the mental wizard. Like most mind-reading acts, it was a phony, but a first-class phony. Jenny, my lovely fiancée, had collected all the questions from the audience, and my good friend Whitney Cortland was ready for his part at the piano. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from where I stand, I shall endeavor to read the questions which you have written and which are now unopened, mind you, in that glass bowl. Now, if I may have a little quiet music, Mr. Cortland. Let me see. I sense a name. A lady's name. Bayer. That's it, Byers. Clara Byers. Miss Byers asks a question. She wishes to know... Something's wrong. There are disruptive impulses coming from the audience. A woman in a white dress, a little boy. Madam, you there in the third row. Your little boy is in great danger. You must go home at once. At once! Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue where we left off. If I may have some quiet music, Mr. Cortland. The incident disturbed me. But then I forgot about it entirely until late that night when the telephone rang in my room. It was the woman calling to tell me that she had come home to find the boy's room in flames. She had arrived just in time to save the child's life. And I was worried, deeply worried, although not yet frightened. There were other incidents, one of them brought on by Courtney's usual concern about our economic situation.
Well, kids, it's the same old story. Broke again. We could stand a little ready cash. Matter of fact, I'm going to put our last 10 spot on ready cash in the 5th at Green Meadows.
Ready cash? No, not ready cash. He'll fall and have to be destroyed. Peer Gynt by 2 lengths. Ready cash fell and had to be destroyed. Peer Gynt won by 2 lengths. It occurred to me that we might make fortunes this way. I didn't want to. It scared me. I began having a crazy feeling that by telling them, I was making the things come true. I began to wonder, would anything have happened if I'd kept quiet? And then one dismal, rainy day, I had my chance to find out. I was coming out of the theater. A little boy recognized me and asked me for an autograph. And then he turned to skip away. Wait, son! I'd had a vision of a car skidding on the slick pavement. A wild cry. And then I thought, no, perhaps if I keep it to myself, it won't happen. Nothing, son. Just run along now. Run along. He went. A moment later... It was no use. After the boy's death, I knew I could foresee these events, but I was powerless to prevent their coming true.
Look, Johnny, I just met a big oil man down in the lobby who wants us to come in on this Comanche Hills oil field.
Well, so what?
Well, do you suppose you could get a hunch on a sporting proposition like that? Might make us a lot of money.
Oh, no, it's no good, Court. We're washed up on hunches.
Why, Johnny?
Well, because I'm scared, Jenny, plain scared.
I haven't had a very good feeling about it myself, Johnny.
Well, all right. We'd better get down to the theater then and earn it the hard way. Curtain in 20 minutes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will all please concentrate on the sealed questions you have addressed to me, please. A little quiet music, Mr. Cortlandt. I'm concentrating on a particular envelope. A young lady's handwriting. She, the young lady, I looked at Jenny, stared at Jenny, so beautiful, so fragile and desirable, and so much to me. I saw her and something else.
Johnny.
Bring down the curtain.
Johnny, what's the matter?
Bring down the curtain, I tell you. Bring down the curtain!
Are you sure you feel better now, Johnny?
Oh, sure, Jenny. I just felt a little dizzy out there.
You sure had us worried there for a while.
Oh, Court.
Yeah?
Had a sort of a minor hunch about that Comanche Hills oil proposition. Be one of the richest oil pools in the country. Make us all rich.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Johnny. Now let's go out and eat.
No, you and Jenny go ahead. I'll join you later. Maybe it was the wrong decision, but I went away. What I'd seen that night on the stage had been Jenny's death. If I stayed, we'd be married and there'd be a child. The child would live, but Jenny wouldn't. I had to go away to save Jenny's life and save my own sanity. I knew Cortlandt would take care of Jenny and Comanche Hills Oil would take care of both of them. Yes, but I knew I had to get away from people, especially the people I loved. I went away. It didn't work. A year later, I heard that Jenny had married Cortlandt. She died when her daughter Jean was born. I read about it in Variety. For 20 years, I lived almost a hermit's life and had no more visions. This gift or the curse seemed to have withered from this use. And then after 20 years, on the night of Jean's debut, I stood outside in the crowd and I watched her go inside the fine hotel, holding tight to Court's arm. Jenny's daughter was lovely, and I was proud. I watched them disappear inside, and after 20 years of peace, it happened. For a moment, I saw the image of wreckage, the smoking wreckage of an airplane, and then it was gone. What did it mean this time? But nothing happened. And I forgot about it completely for 3 months. And one day in my shop, I turned on a small radio I just repaired.
Now the 11:55 news brought by your Comanche oil reporter. New York. Flying his converted Army bomber, Whitney Cortland, multimillionaire president of Comanche Oil, took off from LaGuardia Airport early today in an attempt to smash the East-West transcontinental record. He and his pilot, former Army flyer Richard Sims...
No! I must warn Jean. Miss Cortland, I'm sorry to force my way in here, but I have an extremely important message for your father.
I'm sorry, but my father isn't here now.
See here, old man. I'm Miss Cortland's fiancé. Miss Cortland...
No, you've got to reach your father when he lands in Wichita to refuel.
But why?
You must halt the flight.
Halt the flight?
That's absurd.
Why should Father give up his
But if
flight?
he doesn't, this plane will crash.
How do you know that?
Oh, Miss Cortland, please. You're wasting priceless time.
All right, I'll call. But I'll ask you a lot of questions afterwards. I want to talk to Wichita, Kansas Airport. I haven't the number.
You make a practice of predicting plane crashes?
Oh, no.
I'll wait, thank you.
Maybe just the planes of very rich men.
Please.
Perhaps you're betting that he doesn't beat the record.
Hello? Hello, this is Whitney Cortland's daughter. When my father lands, have him call me immediately, will you? What? Oh, no. Oh, no!
The radio had it a few minutes later. In an hour, the extras were on the street. The Comanche Angel had crashed in Kansas. Both men were dead.
You've been very kind helping me over these past few days, Mr. Triton. I'm so grateful.
And your father was my best friend.
But if you'd only warned us sooner, if you'd only known sooner...
I don't think it would have made any difference.
Mr. Triton, what's wrong?
You have a new maid.
Why, yes, why?
You have an emerald bracelet.
Yes.
Get rid of the maid before the bracelet. Before...
What? Please, tell me.
Jean, it doesn't matter now.
Why doesn't it matter? You mean not to me? You mean I won't need the bracelet? You mean I'm going to die too? Tell me!
Yes.
When?
Soon?
When?
Before the end of the week. At night. Under the stars. Jean.
The NBC Theater is presenting the Screen Directors Guild production of Night Has 1,000 Eyes, starring Edward G. Robinson with William Demarest, and introducing the director of the film, John Farrow.
You remember, Carson, you went to the police. They told you, yes, there had been a John Triton, mental wizard, who pretended to be able to predict things back in the 20s. They sent a certain Detective Lieutenant Sean to investigate me where I was staying in Jean's house. My first interview with Sean in my little room under the eaves, far from reassure the good lieutenant, for Even as I answered his bitter questions, the veil lifted again. And I saw.
Hey, Triton, come out of it. Hey!
I see a flower.
Drop it, Triton. Cut.
A flower, crushed and broken. I hear a sudden wind shaking the windows. I hear a voice saying, "There's no danger now." And I see her.
Who?
Jean, lying under the stars, and beside her, the paws and talons of a lion.
A lion?
Under the stars.
Did you find out what time this happens to Miss Cortland?
Tonight, as the clock strikes 11. Lieutenant Sean was all for arresting me at once. The rest of you were tolerantly skeptical, which saved me for a while. Downstairs with Jean and you, Carson, were two gentlemen, a Mr. Gilman.
Mr. Gilman, president of Mid-Tide Oil.
Good evening, Mr. Triton.
And a Mr. Myers, attorney for Cortland's estate.
How do you do, Mr. Triton?
Together, we sat down, and for the next 2 hours, our lives were geared to the relentless machinery of the grandfather's clock that ticked away near the curtained archway.
Frankly, I think this is ridiculous. Sitting around like this when we should be looking for a packet of missing options.
I'm sure I'll find them, Mr. Myers.
They'll be worthless in 36 hours.
Jean, are you sure you can't remember where your father put those options?
Please, Mr. Gilman. I'm much too upset.
Well, the Mid-Tide merger can't go through without them.
I suggest Jean be permitted to forget about big business while we all concentrate on
the clock, Mr. Carson.
Shut up, Triton.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1 down.
And 1 more hour to go.
And so far, nothing has materialized in your weird chain of events. A crushed flower, indeed, a lion, a sudden wind.
Anyone interested in the 10 o'clock news? Here. Personally, I'm interested in the 11 o'clock news.
Which was upset in a collision tonight at Wilshire and Sepulveda. The lion escaped when a trailer truck rammed the
Turn that off.
Lion?
Lock the doors. Lock the windows. Put out some lights.
I'll lock up. I'll go through the whole house.
Thanks, Gilman.
Well, there's the lion. We haven't heard a wind, or seen a crushed flower, or heard anyone say...
Don't say it.
Sorry.
Hey, those carnations in that vase. Get them out.
Carnations?
Get them out. I don't believe any of this, but I'm taking no chances.
I'll give them to Lieutenant.
Careful now. Stand back. Don't anybody move. Not a one crushed.
That was a close one.
Mr. Myers, there's something sticking out under your foot.
Something, huh?
Lord. A carnation. Crushed and broken.
That does it, Triton.
No, not quite. Nothing final can happen until 11 o'clock.
And it ain't going to happen because you're around. I'm taking you downtown until after 11.
All right, Lieutenant, but it won't do any good. I'll be back at 11.
Stand still, Triton. Relax.
Yes, but I tell you, Sean, if you let me return to Jean's house, there's a chance I can use this power of mine to save her.
You put on a good show, Triton. Only I ain't buying.
Now, listen. You've a man in the cell here. His name is Amos Block. I see him in his cell now, a suicide.
You don't say. Well, there's one I can check on. Hello. Quinn? Sean. How's Block doing? Uh-huh. Thanks. In his cell playing solitaire.
Well, nevertheless, I see him in it.
Now I'm going to leave you with the boys here and go back to Miss Cortland's. Be good, huh?
"15 minutes, too, Jean."
Yes.
Yeah, everything is under control. It's very copacetic.
dear.
Close that French window. Close it.
I'll close it, Lieutenant.
I thought Gilman took care of that.
Where is Gilman, by the way?
There. That does it all right.
Sudden wind.
Yeah. I'll get it. Yeah? Oh, yeah, Quinn? No. Amos Block hung himself in his cell, but he can't do that. That's suicide. Hey, look, I want Triton here before it strikes 11. I don't care how, but get him here. What time is it?
10:47.
Oh, Lord, you made the night too long.
Just one more minute to go, darling.
45 seconds.
Oh, Mr. Myers.
Well, folks, you can forget the lion. They just killed it over at Veteran Hospital.
Oh, thank goodness.
This is it, 11 o'clock.
Elliot.
Yeah?
Back to back with me. Miss Cortland, get between us. Don't anybody move. I'll shoot the man who does.
Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's it, folks.
It's all over. Nothing's happened.
Oh, Elliot. Elliot, darling.
It's all history now, dear. Forget it.
Elliot. I'm going outside.
I'll go with you.
No. I want to get used to standing out under the stars again. Alone. And not being afraid. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. All of you.
I'll say this for Triton. He sure called his shots except that voice saying, "There's no danger now."
You just said it.
Yeah, but it's too late now to mean anything. Ain't it?
Sean.
Come in, Professor. Come in.
Where is she? Where's Miss Cortland?
Outside.
You let her go outside?
It's after 11.
No, it's not.
Look at the clock.
That clock is wrong.
It was right.
Well, then it's been tampered with. I've got to go to her.
Stop.
Triton!
Haul her, I'll shoot.
It's too late for that. After him. He mustn't get near Jean.
Eight, 9, 10, 11.
That's right. 11 o'clock, Miss Cortland.
Oh, Mr. Gilman.
Your troubles are over now. There's no danger now.
11 o'clock. And a voice saying, "There's no danger." He must have meant you.
No, you don't.
No, please.
Gilman, let go of her. Let go of her, you fool.
There he is, Sean.
Right.
Get him.
Plugged him, but good.
Jean, are you all right?
Oh, Elliot.
It's all right, Jean. You're safe now. Triton's dead.
Triton? Dead? But it was Gilman who tried to kill me.
Gilman. He didn't want those options found. But I didn't think he'd resort to murder.
Oh, poor Mr. Gilman. He died to save me.
But are you all right?
My throat hurts. Elliot, look. Mr. Triton. He's resting against the foot of that marble lion.
Marble lion. Of course. And that, Carson, ends this dark diary. I foresaw everything. even my own death. And tonight at headquarters,
I finished this diary and left it in my pocket for you to find. Only time and the expanding wisdom of mankind will confirm the story in years to come. For there are reaches of the mind still undreamed of, and there are many mysteries of time and space and spirit to be shown to us. The stars look down. The night has 1,000 eyes to search the soul of man and see if he's equal to his fathomless tomorrows, where there are yet more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy.
In a moment, we'll return with our stars. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you another first in radio, a full-hour production of director Billy Wilder's great Paramount film comedy, A Foreign Affair. And starring in this hour-long drama will be Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, and John Lund. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Edward G. Robinson and William Demarest, and screen director John Farrell.
John, it's been great fun for Bill and me, slipping back into character for our parts Night Has 1,000 Eyes.
Well, I just hope Bill here doesn't start having one of his visions again.
What, you mean cool, solid Bill Demarest is in tune with the supernatural?
He thought he was.
No, wait a minute. I know what you're talking about. And I really did have a vision.
Yeah?
I was standing talking to Johnny on the set, and suddenly I knew one of the camera booms was swinging around behind us.
What happened?
He yelled, "Johnny, fall on your face."
Well, did you get hurt?
My nose was almost broken.
By the camera boom?
No, by falling on my face. There wasn't a camera within 50 yards.
Well, I had a vision.
Well, we don't have to be visionaries, John, to know that your direction inspired Bill and myself and everyone else connected with the picture. You did a great job.
Check, Eddie. That goes for me, too.
Thanks very much. But suddenly I seem to be getting a vision myself.
What do you see?
I see us being cut off the air if we don't say good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night, folks.
And good night to you, Edward G. Robinson, William Demarest, and John Farrell. Night Has 1,000 Eyes was adapted by Milton Geiger from an original story by Cornell Walrick. Music was by Henry Russell. Production was supervised by Howard Wiley. Associate producer Bill Carr. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Night Has 1,000 Eyes was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing My One True Love, starring Phyllis Calvert, Melvin Douglas, and Wanda Hendricks. Edward G. Robinson is currently making the 20th Century Fox production, The House of Strangers. William Demarest may be seen in Paramount's Technicolor production, Whispering Smith. Listen again next week for the NBC Theater's full-hour presentation of
Screen Directors Guild assignment, production of Foreign Affair, director Billy Wilder, stars Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, John Lund.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Bobby Riggs, the holder of the world's professional tennis championship, plays a dazzling game of tennis. And he handles a razor as smoothly as he does a tennis racket. Bobby Riggs is a brush and lather shaver. He writes me that Colgate Lather Shaving Cream helps give him that smoothness in shaving. Here's his letter.
Want to know why I'm sold on Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, Bill? Because every shave with Colgate Lather is sweet and smooth and clean as a whistle. That light, fine-textured shave cream makes wonderful whisker-wetting lather. It gets down in the stubble, softens the whiskers fast, makes shaving a breeze. Yes, sir, Colgate Lather Shaving Cream sure covers the court from baseline to net with speed, smoothness, and real shaving comfort. In my opinion, Colgate Lather is tops.
Thanks, Bobby Riggs. Your experience should get other brush and leather fans to try Colgate Lather Shaving Cream. That's all we ask, fellas. Just try it. Notice the rich, moist lather that the light, fine-textured shave cream makes. How thoroughly Colgate Lather softens your whiskers. When you use Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, you'll find your razor doesn't pull or scrape. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth, and it leaves your face truly comfortable. Please, get some Colgate Lather Shaving Cream tomorrow. It's the lather shave of champions.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? It's very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Don't get me wrong, I love Budapest. From Budapest come goulashes and shardashes. Shardashes being something you dance and goulash being something you eat if you go for all that paprika. Me, I love it. So, when I got that telegram, I took the first train to Hungary. Maybe I'd better tell you about the telegram first. Dear Mr. Lime, it said, my bank is going to be robbed and I need your help. It was signed Fekete, evidently a man's name, nobody I knew. I knew all about bank robberies, however, and I was dying to help. Besides, as I say, I love paprika. So I started packing right away.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Too Many Crooks.
Before calling at the bank, I stopped at a cute little flower shop I happened to notice across the way. Good morning. Would you give me something for my buttonhole? Why, Lily. Lily, what are you doing here?
We have some very pretty pink gardenias.
Oh, come on, Lily, don't tell me you don't remember me. And how are all the Corellis?
The who?
Don't give me that, Lily.
My name is Lulu.
Well, it used to be Lily, and you used to be a blonde. And the Corellis, as you know perfectly well, because you used to work for them, are the best bank robbers in Central Europe. Well, what about it, honey?
Here are your gardenias, Harry. Now get out of here.
Okay, honey, okay. No need to get in a hassle.
I'm telling you, Harry, get out.
I never was one to argue, so I took my guide across the street and the bank.
Mr. Fekete will see Mr. Harry Lime.
You can go in now, Mr. Lime.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Fekete will see you.
Yes, that's what I gathered.
This way, please. And
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Lime,
Yes.
will you please extinguish your cigarette? Mr. Fekete does not approve of smoking.
Thanks, I'll bear that in mind.
Mr. Lime.
Come in and shut the door. There's a date. Do you mind if I sit down, Mr. Fekete, or is there a rule against that?
Sit down. You're a very impertinent young man, but I don't mind that. I am an impertinent older man. We ought to get along together very nicely.
What's your proposition, Mr. Fekete?
Yeah. What do you mean?
That's what I said. What's your proposition?
Listen to me, Lime. I don't make propositions. I consider them.
Have it your own way, Fekete. I'm a big boy now, and I'm not so easily impressed.
What do you mean, impressed?
All this big desk, double secretary, Mr. Fekete will see you now. Mr. Fekete doesn't approve of smoking, busy executive hoopla. May go down very well with the bumpkins who give you their money to invest. It doesn't mean a thing to me. You sent for me, didn't you? I crossed 3 national borders to get here and lost a lot of time, so don't ask me what's my proposition. What's yours, Mr. Fekete?
Very good indeed. You're just the man I hoped you were. Have a cigar.
Wouldn't that be breaking the rules?
I make the rules, Mr. Lime, and I don't like cheap tobacco smoke. Not that I enjoy being forced to distribute these very costly custom-made Havanas to every, what is it you call them, bumpkin, who comes into my office. I think you'll enjoy these.
Thanks.
Light?
Thanks.
Good. Now that we're a little more at ease, suppose you tell me something about yourself.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I wish you'd stop asking me what I mean by everything I say, Fekete. I said why, and I meant why. You put private detectives on my trail. You found me. You made me a very substantial down payment on services to be rendered. And now, when I get here, you want me to tell you about myself. That's just plain silly, old man. It's obvious that if you went to all that trouble and expense to get me here, you knew about me already. I'm the one to ask the questions, not you.
Better and better. Mr. Lime, if you were just a little less notorious as a crook, I'd offer you a vice presidency in my bank.
I forgive the insult, Mr. Faggoty.
What do you mean, insult?
You go asking me what I mean again. I meant insult.
Now, don't you get pompous on me, Lime. You are a crook, a well-famous one. You don't want to deny that?
What I don't want is very simple, Mr. Faggoty. I don't want to be a vice president of your bank.
Oh? Oh, I follow you now. Don't worry, Lime. Right. I promised you $20,000.
That's right.
Or its equivalent in Hungarian pesos.
Oh, wait a minute.
And you'll get it without having to serve as an officer of this bank.
You promised me $20,000, old man. There weren't any gimmicks in the agreement about the joke money you folks pass off on each other locally. I know. I carry my own microscope for reading the fine type.
Very well, very well. $20,000 it is. Don't you want to know what I expect you to do for it?
Mr. Faggoty, you keep making me repeat myself. I told you before that I'm a big boy now. If you're giving me $20,000, I can relax, not worry about asking you silly questions. You're going to get around eventually to telling me what you expect me to do for it.
Did you ever hear of a bank giving a reward?
Yes, but only after a bank robbery.
Exactly. Exactly. Only after a bank has been robbed. I'm reversing the procedure line. I'm giving the reward first.
Oh, so that's the little caper, is it? You want me to rob your bank for you?
Oh, not at all, not at all. A reward is usually given for apprehending the thieves who have robbed the bank. What I want you to do, Harry, I may call you Harry?
Certainly, old man. Call me Harry if it gives you any fun.
Well, Harry, what I want you to do is to apprehend the robbers before the robbery is committed. Very clever, don't you think so? Have another cigar.
In my business, I may get in the way of an awful lot of screwy deals, but I can tell you that never in a long career have I been offered in complete seriousness a loopier proposition than Mr. Faggoty. It seems the key to the whole affair was Mr. Faggoty's junior officer in the bank, a certain Mr. Fodor.
Ladislaus Fodor is the full name, Harry. He's one of our vice presidents.
I see.
I tell you this right now, the man is an unprincipled criminal.
Oh?
Come here, and I'll show him to you. Come this way. You can see him through the glass panel.
Oh, yes.
There he is.
Oh, that one.
Second desk to the right. With all those silly hairs pasted over his bald head. That's the man.
He doesn't look very dangerous to me.
Fodor? Dangerous? He is the brain of a backward bird and the charm of a worm. Now that I look back on it, I can't imagine how I ever persuaded myself to be jealous of him.
Jealous? I don't follow you, old man.
If I have a fault, Harry, it is this. I do tend to be jealous. Lulu often chides me about it, and I have promised to curb the instinct, but there, it is a part of my character.
Lulu? You mean the girl in the flower shop across the way, that Lulu?
She is the only Lulu I know, Mr. Lyon. How does it happen that you are acquainted with her?
You see this carnation?
I see it, yes.
Lulu sold it to me, overcharged me, scandalously, as a matter of fact.
Poor Lulu is a working girl. She must live. How does it happen you know her?
What makes you think I do?
You know her name?
Oh, one of the other customers called her that while I was still in the shop. As it happens, it was this little fellow you just pointed out to me over there, the Vice President, Fodor.
Third Vice President.
I hate to keep harping on these commercial matters, Faggoty, old man, but just how does my $20,000 reward come into the picture?
Let us retire to my inner office, Harry, and I will tell you.
Okay,
Come.
old man.
Sit down, please, Harry. Have another cigar.
My pockets are bulging with cigars now, old man. Let's concentrate on the $20,000.
Certainly, certainly. Oh, Miss Carver. Miss Carver.
Yes, Mr. Faggoty?
No matter who calls, don't disturb me. Not on any account. I'm having an important conference.
Yes, Mr. Faggoty.
Oh, jealousy, Harry. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
Yes, certainly is. Now, about this reward.
Jealousy is the green-eyed monster who doth mock the meat it feeds on. That's how the poet Shakespeare expresses
the
it.
poet Shakespeare said a mouthful, and now...
But still, if it had not been for jealousy, I would never have followed this Fodor into Lulu's shop. And if I hadn't done that, I would never have discovered the digging.
Digging? What digging?
What would you say, Harry, if I were to tell you that running under the street from Lulu's flower shop to this bank, there is a tunnel?
A tunnel?
What would you say if I told you that?
Well, I'd say, well, what do you know? That's what I'd say.
That's what I said when I found out about it. And that's why I say now that I mustn't ever forget to be grateful to jealousy, particularly since I've discovered that there's nothing between Lolo and Fodor. Or nothing serious.
And do you know what I'd say to that?
No.
A couple of rude words.
Yeah, but why?
Why? You find them scrabbling away together like a couple of chubby moles, digging away in the general direction of your bank vault, and you say there's nothing serious between them?
There isn't, I'm sure of that. I have Lulu's word. And besides, what could she possibly see in a fat little nonentity like Fodor? No, the only one who thinks it's serious is Fodor. That's the whole point. Fodor is a dupe, a mere cat's paw in the conspiracy.
Oh, yes? And who's the mastermind?
I am.
Uh-huh. And what does Fodor think about that?
He languishes in ignorance. He knows nothing. And to think that he aspires, he dares to aspire to my position in the bank.
And how does Lulu fit in?
I must tell you that Lulu has given me some reason to hope that she will someday make me the happiest man in the world.
And how would she do that? By giving up Fodor or sending you a big bouquet of roses? Let's get down to cases, old man. Wedding bells can ring out from Buda to Pest and back again, but I won't be there to throw any rice unless I get paid. What is it exactly you want from me? Lessons on how to help Fodor and Lulu rob your bank?
Fodor's going to do the robbing, and besides, it isn't my bank. I'm only a salary officer.
And then Fodor gives you the money to give to Lulu, is that it?
Certainly not. That would be silly.
That's just what I was thinking.
No, every day Fodor is supposed to take the paper money from the various cages and place it in the vault.
Yeah?
This is his responsibility.
Yeah?
Tonight, however, he will not do this. He will leave the money outside the vault, hidden in a large filing cabinet. Oh, the entire plan has been carefully worked out, I can assure you.
All I can say is this Fodor of yours is a very cooperative type of cat's paw.
Don't call him this Fodor of yours. He isn't. He's no Fodor of mine.
Have it your own way, old man. What comes next? You, I suppose. Huh? You come a half hour later with a dark lantern and a gunny sack. You wrap up the money, join Lulu, who's been waiting for you across the street in the flower shop, and the two of you, hand in hand, move off down the road into the sunrise and also into the very choicest Hungarian huskau.
What is a huskau?
A jail or prison, a place of forcible incarceration, a lockup for bad little bank robbers.
Not at all, not at all. It is Fodor who goes to prison.
Oh, yes? And how do you work that?
That is one of the things I want you to arrange.
Oh, I see. I'm going to have to earn that $20,000. I think we'll start by having it deposited in my name and in somebody else's bank, old man.
Why now? And why another bank?
Well, every bank in Budapest isn't going to be robbed tonight, so I think I'd prefer one of the others. And I'll take it now because I know you wouldn't want me to go to the police with what is, after all, a fairly sordid little
Go
story.
to the police, but that's blackmail.
Oh, watch your language, old man. Blackmail's a nasty word. You know, all I want is protection for my poor little $20,000. I'll give you service for it, too, but I want to be absolutely positive that you're ready to meet your payroll.
Very well. You'll have your money, but you will help me.
I'm going to need a few more solid facts, old man.
Well, it all began with this insane jealousy of mine for Fodor.
Oh, yeah?
I took to following him. He used to go into Lulu's flower shop at night long after it was closed. And one time he left the shutter unfastened and I went in. There were no lights in the shop itself, but I could hear voices from the basement below. I opened the trapdoor very carefully so as not to be heard. And what do you think I saw?
You saw Lulu, Fodor, and three men all hard at work digging a tunnel.
Yeah. How did you know?
I didn't, I guess. After all, you told me there was a tunnel.
But the three men, how did you know about them?
Still guessing. It's pretty obvious that Mr. Fodor and Lulu couldn't dig much of a hole without getting some help. Tell me this. It was Lulu who persuaded you to call me in on this deal, wasn't it?
How did you know that?
Still just guessing, old man, just guessing. Now, let me guess on for a minute and stop me when I'm wrong. When you saw what Lulu and Fodor were doing, you went home and brooded for a while, and a few days afterwards you confronted her.
It was the next day.
Oh, okay, it was the next day. And Lulu admitted she was planning to rob the bank, but said she was just using Fodor, and you were the only one she really cared about. And if you joined the party, it's you she'd run off with, leaving Mr. Fodor holding the bag. An empty bag. How am I doing?
Oh, you're a clever man.
Sure I am. That's why Lulu had you send for me.
You see, the idea is that Fodor will hide the money outside the vault and leave. Then, according to the arrangement, as he understands it, Lulu will come through the tunnel at night with her helpers and take the money back under the street through the tunnel.
Who did she tell Fodor these helpers were?
She said one of them is her brother and the other two are cousins.
And what did she tell you?
That's what she told me. Why?
Nothing, old man. Nothing at all. Just give me one more guess,
Oh, go ahead.
After Fodor leaves the money, what you do is crawl back through the tunnel with a sack of currency clenched in your teeth. But no, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? You'd run into a couple of brothers crawling in the opposite direction.
I'm not to have anything to do with the tunnel.
Oh.
You see, Fodor leaves the money out just before closing time. That way, he's implicated, and we have a scapegoat. So there's nothing to stop me from letting myself in with my key at night and walking away with the money. Who could suspect me? It's a perfect crime, Harry. Wouldn't you say so?
Yes, it's quite a crime if you look at it in one way. But tell me about the brothers. What are they supposed to think about all this?
Oh, they don't know about it. Lulu hasn't told them.
But the news will reach them eventually, and what then?
They must be implicated somehow, along with Fodor. But I must be protected, and Lulu. That's what you're here for, Harry. Have another cigar.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Too Many Crooks.
Naturally, the first thing I did after making my farewells to Mr. Feckerty was to go across the street and pay a call on Lulu.
Harry,
Yeah?
listen to me carefully.
I'm listening, honey.
There's a little cafe on the hill above the old city. Do you know the place?
Mm.
There's a gold rooster on the roof.
Well, what about it?
Go there and wait for me. You never can tell when Fodor or Feckerty will be bursting in here. They keep jumping across the street to check up on each other and buying geraniums. Go to the cafe and I'll be with you as soon as I can close up
What
here.
about the boys below?
Oh, what do you mean?
The construction crew, the Corellis.
Oh, Feckerty told you about the Corellis?
I would have found out anyway, Lily.
Lulu.
Okay, what happens to them if you shut up the store? Isn't there a way out?
No, but they won't be finished work before I'm back. And besides, what they don't know won't hurt them.
Lily, or rather Lulu, it looks to me as though just about everybody around here is due to be hurt by what they don't know. I found the Gold Rooster and sat down on the terrace of the restaurant to wait for Mr. Feckerty's fiancée. Over a glass of Tokay, I tried to add up the situation as of then. As far as I could see, the whole setup was like a Picasso painting. No matter how you looked at it, it was cockeyed and upside down.
Hello, Harry. Don't order anything for
Hi.
me. I haven't time.
Don't worry, Lily. I'm not here to celebrate. We can have our party after I know who's going to pay the check.
I wish you'd call me Lulu.
Okay, Lulu. Now, here's all the sense I can make out of this little caper. You came here with a Corelli gang,
No,
right?
they came first. Then they sent for me to work in the flower shop for a front. The tunnel was their idea.
Then you sent for me. That was your
You're
idea.
right.
Fodor thinks he's going to divvy up with the Corellis and marry you on the proceeds.
Something like
And
that.
Feckerty thinks something like the same something. The president thinks he's going to put it over the vice president. What about the construction crew?
You mean Walter and the
Yes,
others?
the Corellis, the original burglars. What are they going to get out of this? According to Feckerty, it's going to be the old double cross. But if I know you, Feckerty's in for the same gentle treatment.
Harry, why should anybody get anything out of this except...
Okay, Lily, okay. Book a couple of spaces for us on the first milk train out of Budapest, but be sure to get reservations on the bulletproof car.
I wish you would call me Lulu.
Time marches on. A lot of trusting Hungarian depositors line up at the bank, leave their hard-earned pengos at the impressive-looking gilt cages for what they fondly believe is safekeeping, and hurry home to have their evening plate of goulash. Closing time comes and goes. Feckerty doesn't leave. He just pretends to, and stays skulking in his office. Meanwhile, Fodor takes the big packages of pengos, which, as you know, is Hungarian for money, dutifully to the door of the vault. He slams the vault loudly, this being for the benefit of the janitor, who is deaf anyway and doesn't hear, and quickly stows the loot in the empty filing cabinet, which he has thoughtfully left nearby for just this purpose. He then goes home and passes a very restless night. The moon rises over the city and winks at its own reflection in the Danube. A lot of good Hungarians are in their beds. The others are all in a nightclub called the Arizona, dancing the Shardash. They do not come into this story, so we'll leave them dancing. Down onto the street, the Corellis, those adept bank robbers, continue to dig. They are putting the finishing touches on their tunnel, and we will not listen in on them because their conversation is very vulgar indeed. In his luxurious office, Mr. Feckerty sits biting his nails and dreaming of a long West Indian cruise with Lulu in an adjoining deck chair. As the gang in the tunnel understand it, when the clock strikes 12, they are to open the secret trap door which they have previously prepared inside the bank, a section of tiling near the vault, go to the filing cabinet and take out the money which Fodor has left there, thus eliminating the noise and inconvenience of breaking into the vault, and, first closing the loose tile after themselves, scuttle back with the loot under the street into the flower shop, out into the night, and as far away from Hungary as possible. As I say, that's the way the gang in the tunnel understand it. This is also the arrangement as Mr. Fodor understands it, with a trifling difference that he expects Lulu to stop by for him with his share of the profits. Like Mr. Feckerty, he is biting his nails and dreaming of tropical cruises. And what of Lulu? What of Lulu indeed? It is Lulu's little plan to foozle everybody, Corelli, Fodor, and Feckerty. She's led them all on to just this point. It is the point of departure. Lulu's departure. Lulu and all those neatly wrapped packages of Pengos. The trouble is, it's all just a little bit too much for one little girl to handle alone, so Harry Lime's been sent for. Harry is supposed to assist at the general foozling of one and all, and then, in due time, of course, he's to be foozled as well. Lulu will send Harry off to mail a postcard, and when he gets back, Lulu will have continued her travels alone, with nothing to keep her company but the loot. That, as I say, is the way Lulu understands it. The clock, high in the steeple of San Stefano, strikes 12. This is the signal. Mr. Corelli, that celebrated expert, with his 2 able assistants, starts toward the bank. The tunnel was not built for comfort, and the going on hands and feet is a trifle rough. There's a bit of genteel cursing, but hearts are high. At the sound of the clock, Mr. Feckerty removes the bound bundles of money from their place of safety and checks once again the bolts and fastenings which keep the loose tile in its place. In the darkness, Mr. Feckerty smiles. He is satisfied that, contrary to the Corelli's expectations, the bank end of the tunnel is firmly and irrevocably closed. Still smiling, he starts toting the money toward the side door for which he, Mr. Feckerty, is the perfectly legal possessor of a key. On the outside, Lulu, with a high-speed car, is supposed to be waiting for him. Unfortunately, however, a moment earlier, Harry Lime, on the flower shop end of the tunnel, has persuaded Lulu to go down for a moment and tell the boys not to try lifting that trick tile for at least a half hour. Lulu hates herself now for not having analyzed the merits of this suggestion. She has plenty of time now to think this over because foxy old Harry in the flower shop has bolted down the trap door. The clock has stopped striking, of course, and Mr. Feckerty pops out of his bank looking for all the world like a jolly Christmas shopper with his arms loaded with bundles. There is a high-speed car waiting for Mr. Feckerty, all right, but it is full of strange gentlemen, and they are all dressed in uniforms.
Put up your hands, Feckerty. Put up your hands. You're under arrest.
But there's some mistake.
Oh, not at all, old man. No mistake at all. You see, gentlemen, just as you were told, there he is, and there's the money.
Come along now, Feckerty. We are taking you in.
You, Harry, a police informant.
Not a bit of it, old man. I wouldn't dream of telling on you. No, the cops got the tip-off from an anonymous letter, and you know how you spell anonymous? L-U-L-U.
Lulu. She did it.
Lulu. That wouldn't be Lulu Hartz, would it? Alias Lily the Twister.
Yes, officer, I believe so. There's a reward offered for her capture, isn't there?
I should say there is.
What about the Corelli gang?
They've got the biggest price on their heads in Central Europe.
Oh, that's lovely. It's all beginning to add up. When you throw in the generous reward Mr. Feckerty posted in the name of his bank this afternoon...
But you're not going to collect that, are you?
Why not, old man? After all, you put up the money for me to collect before the bank was robbed, didn't you? You also wanted me to thwart the Corellis, and if you yourself are foolish enough to go breaking the law, you'll just have to tell it to the judge.
I'll tell him plenty. I'll tell him about you.
Go ahead. I haven't broken any laws, remember, and you'll only help me collect my various rewards.
Matter of fact, Lime, just what is your connection with this affair? What have you done?
Officer, all I did was turn a bolt on a trap door. Nothing at all, really, just a twist to the wrist. And now if you've got some spare handcuffs ready, I think we better open it up again. The folks down below may be getting a little fretful, and I think they'll appreciate a change of scene. If you'll come with me, officer, I'll show you the place.
Really, Mr. Lime, I can't tell you how grateful...
Please, old man, don't mention it. Pleasure, I assure you. Won't you have a cigar?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
You know, friends, I had thought of substituting those fat packages of Pengos for the same weight of old newspapers. But the rate of exchange wasn't so good on the Pengo just then, so I resisted the temptation. After all, as Mother always said,
Too many crooks spoil the goulash.
Here's a mighty swell suggestion. Kellogg's Pep! Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters, like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons. Not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize. One of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Shadow People.
Elaine, have you seen anything else since you spoke to me last?
No, I haven't. Ever since Mother died, nothing's happened.
Well, I only hope that... It came from upstairs. Come on.
Oh, you don't
I don't know what to think. I only hope that...
David, if anything's happened to him...
We'll see in a moment.
There's no light in his room.
You wait here, Elaine. Where's the light?
Over to your left. David, what's wrong? Why didn't you leave the light on?
Your father's dead, Elaine.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Shadow People. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Shadow People.
Somewhere along the line of your life, you've met them. You have come in contact with the shadow people. When did we first discuss it? Oh, yes, Brian and Elaine and I. It was in my apartment. There was only one light on in the entire place. What's wrong? Elaine, what's the matter?
Oh, it's silly, I know, but I thought I saw something in that doorway over there.
Where?
Over there, right over there. Where are you going, David?
Over to that archway, just to let you know that nothing's here. Huh. You see, Elaine, nothing's wrong, nothing at all. Are you satisfied that there's no one else here but us?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just thought that Leave the overhead lights on.
I'm sorry, I thought that...
Put them back on, David, please.
All right, Elaine. Look, what's bothering you, sis?
I don't know. It's just that... I don't know.
Tell us about it, Elaine. Tell us what's bothering you.
You promise that you won't laugh at me?
Of course not.
Brian?
Oh, Elaine, I'm your brother. If something's troubling you, I'd like to know about it.
All right, then. The reason I was so upset was the fact that I saw someone or something standing in that archway.
But, Elaine, David showed you that there was no one else in here. When the lights were put on, you saw for yourself that we were alone.
I'm not talking about something you can see in the light, Brian. I'm not talking about a human being.
Then what's it all about, Elaine?
In the darkness, I saw something that can't be seen in a lighted area. And I've seen it several times before.
You're sure you're not imagining this, Elaine?
Oh, I don't have that good an imagination, Brian.
How long have you seen this thing, Elaine?
Well, it started about 6 weeks ago. You were in Detroit on business, Brian. Mom and Dad were on vacation. I was in the house by myself, in the library. There was only one light on. I sat in the chair beneath it, reading. Several times I thought that something was watching me. I felt there was someone in the room with me, standing right in back of me. Every so often I'd glance back over my shoulder, but there seemed to be nothing there. And then I thought I heard someone whispering. I wasn't sure, but when I heard it again, I got up and I looked all over the house. Oh, I'm not easily frightened, you know that, but out in the hallway, it was almost entirely black. Luckily, I was near a light switch. I looked back over my shoulder, and I saw this huge, hulking shape for the first time. And I heard a voice. Or rather, the whisper of a voice. I couldn't distinguish the words, but that dark shape seemed to be moving towards me. My hand was on the light switch, and I turned it on. In a minute, the light flooded the hallway. The shape was gone. There was nothing there. I was alone again. As long as there's light, I know it can't hurt me. I know it can't reach me.
You might have imagined it, you know.
Of course, that's possible, but I'm sure I didn't. It was so real. So real, that shape in the darkness. It was the very essence of evil itself.
There was an old man I knew of, a Dr. Heselius. I'd heard that he knew quite a good deal about the supposed supernatural manifestations which had taken place in the world. I went to him to see if he knew anything that might explain the events of the story Elaine had told us.
Yes, my good sir. What do you wish?
I have an appointment with Dr. Heselius.
Oh, yes. He mentioned something about it. You are Mr. Drake.
Yes.
If you'll come inside.
Thank you.
Dr. Heselius is in the study. Please come with me. Doctor, a visitor for you.
Oh, yes. Bring him in. You may go now.
Yes, Doctor.
Mr. Drake?
Yes.
Sit down, please, in that chair over there.
Thank you, sir.
Now, what is the nature of your visit to me?
Well, I understand, Dr. Heselius, that you have a great knowledge of the supernatural manifestations which have occurred on the earth.
Great knowledge, Mr. Drake? No, hardly that. I have only scratched the surface in my years of study. Perhaps I can help you, then again, perhaps I cannot.
Well, may I tell you the story?
By all means, my good sir.
All right. Now, this didn't happen to me, Doctor, but to my fiancée. It seems that about 6 weeks ago, when she was alone. But when the light was on, the dark form disappeared. And that's the story, sir. As much of it as I can remember.
I see. It's a strange tale to tell.
I'm fully aware of that, Dr. Lucilius.
You say she seemed to hear whispered voices?
Yes, that's what she says.
I see. A moment, please. I have a book in my file. Oh, yes. Here it is. This is the one. Yes. Perhaps I may be able to help you after all. Let me see. This is a very ancient book, Mr. Drake. I seem to remember... Yes. Here is an account of a happening such as you relate. And we shall live on the earth, and they shall
not see us. Yes, it has been foretold by the ruler of the darkness. They who live by day, retire to sleep by night, shall never know that we walk with them, that we watch them, that we wait for our chance. Only in the night will they see us, for in the daylight we are not seen. Only in the night, when the darkness grows together and the forms of the shadow people are shaped from the blackness, they will know us.
Then they will know that we are their companions, for we are the shadow people. I knew I had read something similar to the story you have told me, Mr. Drake.
Dr. Aselius, what can we do?
Well, give me a little time. Let me see if I can find any more references to these people of the darkness. One more thing, Mr. Drake. Be sure that your fiancée is never left alone at night. Be sure that there is some living thing, animal or human, which accompanies her every second of the night. For she is in danger, Mr. Drake. A terrible danger.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Shadow People.
That night, the night of the day I had seen Aselius, Elaine's mother died. She died in her sleep. When she failed to appear for breakfast, Elaine's father went upstairs to see what was wrong. When he entered her room, he discovered that she was dead. The family doctor couldn't explain it, for Elaine's mother had been in perfect health. A few weeks later, I was out at the house spending a weekend with them. I glanced at the clock on the mantel, and it showed 11.
I can't understand why Brian hasn't returned from town.
Well, he said he had some extra work to catch up on. He told me this morning that he might be late.
Well, 11 o'clock, I'm going upstairs. Glad you came out, David. It's good seeing you again.
It's a pleasure to be here, sir.
Well, don't stay up too late. See you both in the morning. Good night.
Night, Dad.
Good night, Mr. Davis.
He isn't the same, David. Ever since Mother died, he hasn't been the same.
I didn't realize that until tonight. He's changed.
I only hope that he'll start living again. Ever since she died, it seems that a part of him died with her.
Elaine, have you seen anything else since you spoke to me last?
No, I haven't. Ever since Mother died, nothing's happened.
Well, I only hope. Came from upstairs. Come on.
You don't think...
I don't know what to think. I only hope...
David, if anything's happened to it...
We'll see in a moment.
There's no light in this room.
You wait here, Elaine. Where's the light?
Over to your left. David, what's wrong? Why didn't you leave the light on?
Your father's dead, Elaine. I'd walked into the darkened bedroom. On the bed was Elaine's father. It didn't take a second look for me to know that he was dead. I switched off the light and walked back into the hallway to tell Elaine what happened. And then from the room there had come an eerie quiet laughter. In the darkness of that room was some unknown evil power. The voice itself was unearthly. There was no substance to it. It sounded as if it came from the darkness itself.
No. No, I don't believe you.
It's the truth, Elaine. There's nothing more I can do. We'll have to notify the police.
Tell me it's not the truth, David. Tell me it's not true.
I'm sorry, Elaine. I wish I could. Your father's dead. After the burial, Dr. Heselius got in touch with me. He said that he wanted to meet both Elaine and Brian, that he wanted to talk to the three of us. Accordingly, a few nights later, he came out to their house.
Miss Davis, will you tell me just when you saw the first manifestation?
The night Brian was in Detroit.
Now, Miss Davis, you have even seen this apparition in the company of other people, is that correct?
Yes. The night at David's apartment.
All right. Now I'll tell you what I think. You are in deadly danger, Miss Davis. These beings want to claim you. So far, they have had no success. Only in the darkness do they have power. Little by little, step by step, they have been removing the obstacles in their way to reaching you. First your mother, and then your father, Miss Davis. Both died in the same fashion. In the darkness, death struck at them. Now tell me, do you feel their presence here in this room as I talk to you?
Yes.
Turn out the lights, Brian. No. Stand by the switch, if you please, Brian. If anything happens, turn the lights back on.
All right. Dr. Heselius, I don't...
Do you want me to continue working with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Brian, turn off the lights.
Yes, Doctor.
The room now is in darkness, Miss Davis. Do you feel or see anything?
No, Yes. Yes, I do.
Do you see anything?
Yes.
Doctor, I don't...
Be quiet, you fool. I know what I'm doing.
In front of me. The darkness gathering together into a huge, terrible...
Not only do you see us, Miss Davis, but everyone else in the room also will see the vague shapes forming themselves in the blackness. We do not want you, Dr. Heselius. The girl we want. We advise you to drop this case. You'll only bring down the wrath of the shadow people upon your head. The girl. We want the girl. Do not stop us. Let us take her now.
Turn on the light!
They're gone.
Miss Davis, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Just as she said. The darkness. I saw it form into something, too. So did I. What are we going to do, Dr. Heselius?
At the present moment, I don't know. But this much I do know. You must leave this house immediately. You must try to get out of their reach. I don't know if that is possible. I hope it is. I shall have to return to my home. I must learn if there is some manner by which we can defeat these creatures. For the moment, leave this house. Dispose of it in any manner you may see fit, but leave this house.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Shadow People.
We spent the night in my apartment, the three of us. The following day, Brian and Elaine made arrangements to dispose of the house. In the afternoon, Dr. Heselius called me and asked that I come to see him.
David, I'm glad you're here.
Anything new, Doctor?
Yes and no. You realize, of course, that this spiritual manifestation is not new, that it has gone on for centuries.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
It's true, David. De Maupassant wrote what was supposedly a fiction story about the manifestation, David. He called it Orla. However, according to the information here on my desk, it was taken from an actual case history. Of course, he embroidered the story, added a few touches to something he didn't realize actually existed.
But have you found anything with which we can fight them?
Everything depends upon an answer I received from a colleague of mine in Paris, Dr. Henri Renaud. I dispatched a telegram to him last night.
Why hasn't he answered by now?
There are certain things that must be done. It will take a few days, I'm afraid. We have to wait, David. There's nothing else we can do.
next few days, the house was sold, and Brian and Elaine moved into a newer, more modern home a few miles from my apartment. Cecilia said it might take a few days for them to build up their power. I spent the nights at the new house. The lights were left on, and I watched for any unusual occurrence. In the daytime, I'd return to my apartment and get some sleep. About 4 days after Elaine and Brian moved into the new house, I was at home when Heselius phoned me. Hello?
David?
Yes, Dr. Heselius?
I hate to tell you this, David.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
They were a step ahead of me, David. I just received word that Renault died or was killed. At the very moment I sent the telegram to him.
Step by step, they had outwitted us. For they had anticipated every move we'd make. Even Dr. Heselius was at a loss as to what to do. He agreed to meet me at the Davis house.
What did you want to see us about, Dr. Heselius?
Did you find out anything more?
I'm sorry to say that I haven't. At the moment, I'm at a complete loss. I don't know what to do.
But what did you want to see us about this evening?
Merely to check, to see if anything else has happened. Miss Davis, have you seen or heard anything?
Not in the house. Only in my dreams.
Your dreams?
Yes. When I go to sleep at night, in my dreams, in the darkness, I see them.
And it's grown worse, much worse. I was hoping that it would not have progressed so far. There has been no disturbance in this house, but now they disturb your sleep, Miss Davis. Now, you must stay awake for as long as you can. I want the three of you to move into my house. Perhaps that will give you more protection.
That night, we moved over to Heselius' house. Perhaps Elaine would have more protection there. From there, we might be able to devise some plan of action, some way to beat those beings. For a few days, things were quiet. The shadow people seemed to have withdrawn. For a while, I thought that we might have succeeded in thwarting their purpose. Elaine no longer complained of troubled sleep. But that condition lasted for a few days only. About 10 days later, they made themselves known and felt again. That night, we were in the study, when suddenly Heselius whirled around and...
Elaine, what are you looking at?
Outside the house. Right where the light leaves off, I see them.
She's right, Dr. Heselius. I can see them, too. What should we do, Doctor?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
There's nothing we can do.
We can't just...
We can't do anything, Brian. Don't you understand that they have us at their mercy? The greatest man in my field was Henri Renault. If he could do nothing against them, what do you think we can do?
He's right, Brian. There's nothing we can do.
As long as the house remains lighted, just so long will they remain outside. If the lights were to...
That sounds...
When my father was killed. The same sound. We heard the same sound.
The lights. What's happened to the lights, all right?
No.
Be quiet, please. I thought of this emergency.
A candle.
That's right, Miss Davis. As long as this burns, this one candle will be safe. For they cannot advance into the light. They are limited by the darkness. As long as the candle burns, they will have to remain outside of this room.
Around you, in every room of the house, in the darkness outside, we are around you. This time you shall not escape. This time we will blame you.
Take it easy, Brian.
I can't stand it. I'm getting out of here.
Brian, come back.
Don't, you fool. I'm going after him.
Stay here.
We just can't let him
He
go.
won't have a chance. I doubt it. Miss Davis, I'm afraid that your brother is dead.
The wind, Doctor. Listen to the wind.
I know.
Yes, Doctor. Listen to the wind. You must realize by now that the three of you haven't a chance. You must know in your minds that we can destroy you at any moment we desire. But, Dr. Heselius, you may still save your own life. Let the others go. Give them to us.
No. No, you will have to take all of us.
Shall we destroy your light? Shall we move in on you now?
As you will. Do as you will. Sorry, Davy. The candle is out.
In the darkness. The figures in the darkness. We warned you, Celius. You and the others are dead now. And we shall live on the earth. And man in the day shall not see us. They will know that we wait for our chance. That we walk with them. Only in the night, when the darkness grows together, and the forms of the shadow people are shaped from the blackness, will they see us. Then they will know that we are their companions. Look next to you, there in the shadows.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting, uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated. But the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. The Adventurer, the Devil's Playground. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Come now, Mrs. Casey. Look at the crowds around all the different stands.
There's the Wax Museum and a shooting gallery. Is it always so crowded here, Lowry?
Sure, all season. People come down here to go swimming on the beach. They wander around evenings, taking in all the excitement. They don't tell me you've never been here before.
First time, cross my heart. I was meant to, but after leaving the newspaper, well, you know how it is.
Even those newspaper hounds get a day off once in a while.
Anyhow, Mr. Reed suggested I come out here with you, so here we are.
Yes, with orders to see how all these marvelous discussions are going.
Why did Mr. Reed want me to go? I'm a secretary, not a reporter.
So we look like the rest of them. A couple out for a good time.
Mr. Lowry.
Here's the roller coaster, Casey. What do you think of it?
It's awfully fine, isn't it?
The devil's super back market. I like it. The league of wrestlers. Enjoy the fun hard the devil's zipper only. Let's pass it out of the fastest picture roller coaster in the world. How about it, brother? You and the lady friend? I'll leave him right now. Like the drag, Casey?
No, thanks. Not me, though.
Why not? Sure, lady, there ain't nothing to worry about.
It doesn't look safe. Every time a car goes around that curve there, the whole support seems to shake.
That's the way it's built, lady. Vibration can't have it rigid.
Yes, but so much.
Safe and ground you stand on, lady. Absolutely safe. Come on, get aboard the Double Zipper. You think it's got it? Well, the lady says no. I guess you'll lose the trail.
Come on, Lowry. Let's see what's further along.
Okay. All right, Double Zipper, folks. Well, there's the deal. What's the matter with you, Casey?
Now, don't you start calling me crazy because I didn't want to ride that roller coaster.
Well, the only way for us to get any dope for a future story is to ride those things.
You're the one that writes the stories, not me. Besides, it did shake a lot.
I didn't notice it. Now, but forget it, Casey. There are plenty of people who don't go for roller coasters. How about a hot dog?
Okay, exactly.
There's a stand right over there.
Did you see that roller coaster go past?
Yeah, they streak around those turns like nobody's business. Come on. Hey, what's that?
It sounded like
It's a roller coaster. See it back there at the bottom of that dip?
Oh, it's dark. It's just dark. I can't see over it.
I can. Looks like the car jumped the rails.
Anyone hurt?
Can't tell from here. Come on, back to the entrance. It's a roller coaster. Stand back there, folks. Don't crowd around. We ain't let nobody in here. Gangway, coming through here. Stop someone, will you? Do you see it? Now, here's the right here.
I'm right behind you, Lowry.
Hey, where do you think you're going? We're inside to see that accident. Sorry, brother. Nobody gets past this gate.
But people might be hurt.
A little jarring, that's all. Nothing serious. Listen, we're recorded. You can't keep us out. Orders or whatever you are. Nobody goes in. That's orders, see? Stay here, Casey. I'll go down. What's the row? Easy does it. Watch this gate and don't let nobody in, officer. Okay. That doesn't go for reporters. Oh, you a reporter?
He's Lowry from the Daily Sentinel.
Sure, let me in on this. It might be a story.
Well, yes, I guess reporters
Be safe here. Everyone's safe. The Double Zipper is private property, you understand?
Those people who are riding your roller
There's
coaster.
a doctor in there now. You can come in as soon as it's okay. And there ain't no story. Well, how long are we going to have to wait?
Well, I hear different.
Now, stand back. Stand back, all of you. Stand back.
Dear? Esther? Read. There I go. Getting all tangled up again. Now that the way Casey makes this here typewriter flying using all 10 fingers too. So I try it again. And no sheet of paper to begin first.
There we are, Casey. The boss is waiting.
Oh, hold on there.
No, but you know better than that. What's happened to my typewriter?
Yeah, the ribbon's halfway out.
And crumpled paper all over the floor. Oh, Ashford, what have you been up to?
No, take it easy, Casey. Can I help it if your machine is so old and ramshackle is falling apart?
Big Dave. It was all right until you got at it.
I had to use the sledgehammer.
Just to pick it up.
No, look here, you two sparks.
I'd tell you plenty if Mr. Reed weren't expecting it.
Especially you. He never said nothing to me about it.
Why should he?
Because I'm his bodyguard, that's why. And furthermore, beyond that, I've been told to sit here and keep people out while Casey's been gone.
You can stop then. I'm back.
Here now, I'm still on duty.
This can't, Mr. Reed. Larry and I are back again.
I've been expecting you. Come in, both of you. Hey, hold on that chair, exit. Mr. Reed doesn't want you.
Johnny, I can't understand this reason so you get back.
Oh, well, I close the door. Well, Miss Case, you and Lowry ran into a lot of excitement last night.
Yes, we did, Mr. Reed. We've been out all this morning talking to people about it.
Maybe she'd rather be a reporter than a secretary, boss. She'd do all right, too. You got anything Mr. Sentinel can use? Boss, we got plenty.
You know about the accident last night?
Well, yes, we already had that story in. What I want now is the facts on who's responsible for it. End of that, Mr. Reed. We got enough to call out the militia and have that roller coaster padlocked.
It isn't safe, Mr. Reed.
Sure of that? Statement made by the owner after the accident blamed it on a stick that had been lying across the rail. And that's what he said, boss. By the time we got past the cops and took a look, well, they might have fixed things up. What about the safety inspector?
That's just it, Mr. Reed. He gave him a clean bill of health on it.
Well, why are you so sure it wasn't merely an unfortunate accident? Here's why, boss. These little statements. Were they from some of the injured passengers?
No, Mr. Reed. The passengers only knew there was an accident. They didn't know how it happened.
These statements are from guys who count, boss. Yeah, but I still don't. The guys who built that roller coaster, the contractors. And here's one from one of the roller coaster employees. He worked right there. He knew what went on.
We got them this morning.
And every one of them sang. Oh, good work. We'll be able to close down that rickety trap immediately. Hello, get me Gunnigan. Shall I do the rewrite on this, boss? Yeah, at once. Miss Case.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Take this other phone and call the composing and tell them to hold the front page. Gunnigan, for just a moment.
Wow,
Send Ashford in here. Gunnigan, we're starting a campaign against ramshackle amusement concession.
Composing. Hold the front page for a
Now, that's right. We're going after them hammer and thong.
Here I am, Britt. What's going on?
We have enough for a series, Gunnigan. Now, plenty of proof. No, we won't use names yet. No sense in using all our ammunition at once.
Ammunition, is it? Who shot who?
Oh, Ashford, hush up.
Certainly name the roller coaster. The Devil's Dipper. It's unsafe. Hammer on it. Tell the readers we'll have more later. Miss
case, put these statements in an envelope.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
What should I do, Rich? Axford, you're going to do some bodyguarding.
Sorry, Reed. You read?
No, those papers Miss Case has. You're going to see that nothing happens to them.
Oh, no, Reed. That ain't no fit kind of a job for a he-man like me. I want something important.
Well, these papers are plenty important. They're going to make certain that innocent people aren't the victims of another accident like the one that happened last night.
No paper, FUNKO! Roller coaster declared unsafe! Demand police close down a newspaper station! There's no paper!
Those meddling newspapers. How did the Sentinel get the story, Scanlon? Not from me, Durkin. What about that accident? You told me there was a reporter from the Sentinel at the Devil's Dipper when it crashed. Sure, with a dame, but they didn't get in. I swear it, Durkin. Oh, no, Durkin. Let's look at the facts calmly. Calm, huh? You're in as deep as I am, Buckley. You're the inspector who okayed my permit on that roller coaster. That's very true. And you got plenty for it. A lot of good it's doing us now. This doesn't answer my question. How did the Sentinel get enough information to be so positive? If you read past the headlines, you'd know, huh? You ain't had a chance. I have. The Sentinel got that information from the contractor and men who built the roller coaster. What? They have statements from them. Furthermore, they have a statement from one of your own employees, Durkin. Do they say that? Oh, not in so many words. This story in the Sentinel is just the beginning, Durkin. It intimates that unless I, as inspector, tore down the Devil's Dipper, they have proof and they intend to publish it. So that's why all those reporters outside are hot on the trail. They think the Sentinel's got an exclusive. The Devil's Dipper will not close. That's what I paid you for, Buckley. Relax, please, Durkin. I have this whole situation well figured out. Yeah? You better have. It's very simple. A few threats will take care of these witnesses the Sentinel talks about. Sure, but they got statements, signed statements. And that's where you come in, Scanlon. Yeah, get to the point, Buckley. If I remember, Scanlon wants you to stretch for a safecracking. What about it? Simply that I know where those statements are kept. They're being guarded by a man named Axford. He's not very smart. Oh, I get it. I swiped them statements before the Sentinel can use them, huh? Precisely. As for those reporters out there, Durkin, come along. We'll see them together. What are we going to tell them? Leave that to me. There they are. What about that Sentinel yard? There's Buckley, the inspector. Are you closing them down? Please. The Sentinel newspaper has not only blackened the reputation of Mr. Durkin, but its report has caused him to lose a lot of trade. He'll lose more than that. Who are you? I'm Lowry. The Sentinel's a paper I work for. Is Durkin closing up or isn't he? No, he is not. What's more, as inspector, I can vouch for him. That accident was caused by a stick thrown across the rail by some passerby. Purely unintentional. There'll be a better story than that in the Sentinel tomorrow. Young men, you can tell your employer this. Both Mr. Durkin and I have been libeled. We intend to sue. That's a laugh. Well, we have proof, and you had better use it. We're suing the Sentinel immediately unless it publishes a retraction. Oh, it's unless, is it? I don't like your tone. Gentlemen, you can notify the editors of your various papers that we are suing the Daily Sentinel. Today, we'll demand $1 million damage. And gentlemen, you may print this, too. Mr. Durkin and I are going to collect it. Late that evening, Scanlon and an accomplice took up their post near Dick Reed's home in the entrance to a dark alley. There they waited until they saw the bulky figure of Mike Axford approaching. There he comes, Mike. See him crossing the street? You mean that big guy, Scanlon? Hey, he ain't gonna be no pushover. We'll handle him. Guppy sure was right about that guy being a little bit on the dumb side. All I did was send him a telegram to bring them statements to his boss's place, and he falls for it. And what's that way? He's turning info. That's them, all right. Couldn't be nothing else. Stay here in the shadows. When I talk to him, you know what to do. It's all set. Why, big brother, you're a match, huh? Golly, that's a funny way to hop out in the dark. And besides, I'm in too much of a hurry to... Oh, why, you're dirty. Again, Mom. Let's go out the car. I got the envelope. Run for it. That sounds like... Axford. Good Lord, Mike, what happened? Why are you here?
Golly, I've been ambushed. They nabbed the papers. Somebody must have known you told me to bring them here.
What?
There was cinnamon grit all around me. Hey, tell me this.
Mike, I never told you to bring no statements to me.
Sure, and I'd a bit of all if they hadn't. What? That's what you said?
How long ago did this happen?
Connie, you must have told me to come here. Here's your telegram. It's the only black and white.
But I don't know what's wrong with it. Cato.
Yes, Mr.
Get in the other room. I shouldn't lie down. You have a bad bruise in your head.
It's beyond me. I was told the telegram. It's underlined. That's what it is.
Cato, the statements placing the blame for the roller coaster accident are gone, stolen. There's no doubt about who's responsible for that.
Mr. Durkin?
Oh, that's why Buckley and Durkin are so sure about suing the Daily Sentinel for libel. Without the evidence upon which we based our story, they've got us right where they want us.
Very bad, Mr. Brett.
There's only one answer. Unless we recover those statements or get new ones from the same witnesses, there's no power on earth that can save us from this libel suit. What's more important, the Devil's Dipper will continue to operate and endanger the lives of hundreds of people. What are you going to do, Mr. All the papers. Get every available man out to try and get new statements from those witnesses. If that fails, Cato...
Yes?
This may be one more job for the Green Hornet.
Now to continue our story. With the evidence against the Devil's Dipper stolen, Betweed sent reporters out in an attempt to get their stories on paper a second time. But the attempt was doomed to fail.
So that's where we stand, boss. I went to every one of those witnesses after you phoned here to the paper last night. And none of them would repeat his previous statement? Not a one, boss. Yes?
Mr. Buckley is here to see you, Mr. Reed.
Buckley? Well, send him in this case. Come in yourself. Bring your notebook. Oh, shoot, Daddy. That guy's here with a summons shows I'm a foot high. Oh, I can't avoid it forever, Lowry. Well, Buckley, you wanted to see me? I didn't expect you'd be so easy to see. Get to the point. I wanted to have the extreme pleasure of serving you with this summons myself. Don't imagine that you surprised me with this. You're just as crooked as Durkin, Buckley. You can't talk to me like that. No, we know all about you. Durkin runs the Devil's Dipper only because he bribed you to overlook its clumsy construction. You need proof of that, Reed, not talk. Perhaps we should add a slander suit to this one for libel. You deny what you know is true? Your secretary needn't take notes, Reed. I'll do all my talking in court when you answer that summons. Boss, I've got no summons. Here, Miss Case, file it. In the wastebasket. With pleasure. Well, for you, Buckley. Open that door, Lowry. Here, what are you? Let go of me. I'll go out, boss. We're giving you the same treatment your summons got, only instead of a wastebasket. You go outside. Don't show your face around here again, or you'll get the same treatment. What a heave! I'll sue you for a floating battery, Reed. You can't get away with this. Go ahead, try it. Only remember, the Daily Sentinel's going to keep after your rotten racket, libel suit or no libel suit.
That evening, after Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, he described the situation to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Well, that's the story, Cato. The witnesses refused to repeat their evidence. They've been intimidated, threatened. I understand. The Daily Sentinel's being sued for libel. There's no defense. Cato, it's up to us to make sure this crookedness is settled once and for all. Yes, sir. Lowry told me about one of those witnesses, a man named Thomas. He's a tenant at the Devil's Dipper. His job is to inspect the roller coaster after closing time each night. Will he talk? If we get one to repeat his statement, the others will follow. Get the mask and gun, Cato. We'll take the black beauty. Tonight, Thomas is going to meet the Green Hornet.
Thomas? Hey, Thomas! Yes? What do you want? Let's turn off the music. We're closing up the Devil's Dipper for the night.
Yeah. Not a bad take tonight, huh, Durkin? All right, considering how the Sentinel's been talking up that accident. We'll split plenty from that libel suit.
Okay, Scanlon. All fixed. Except I gotta make my tour of inspection.
Don't bother us with details, Thomas. Go ahead and do your inspecting.
Yeah, make it snappy, Thomas.
Me and Durkin will be waiting over in the shack next to the entrance.
HOJO.
Thomas.
Yeah?
Just a word of warning. Remember what we told you about any squealing? We took care of that statement you signed for that Sentinel report. We got him back, all of them, yours included. When that libel suit comes up, you keep your lip button about the accident, you understand?
I ain't gonna talk.
You better not. You know what'll happen if you do.
I told you once I wouldn't talk no more. I ain't got enough.
Hey, look over there. What? One of the roller coaster cars is starting up the slope.
Huh?
Well, get after it, Thomas. You must have caught on the cable.
It's empty. How could it catch? Said that, dog. Go over and get it and snap it up. I can't figure it. Guess the cable control must have slipped and pulled the empty car up the grade. This whole Devil's Dipper ought to be junked. Condemned. Rotten equipment all over. Where's that cable lever? There. Shut off. Guess I'll leave with that car there till morning, no use.
You'll be with it, Thomas.
Huh? Who's that? Don't you know this place, Clark?
I'm a special visitor, Thomas.
Hey, you're masked. You're the Green Hornet.
Right.
What are you doing here?
I came to see you.
Me? For what?
You gave a statement to the papers about the accident.
I ain't got it now.
You might repeat it, Thomas.
Not me. I'm doing like Durkin and Scanlon told me to. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Perhaps they don't believe that.
Huh?
Perhaps Durkin and Scanlon are still afraid you'll talk.
Listen, Hornet.
As long as you're alive, you're in danger.
Durkin and Scanlon wouldn't do nothing like that.
How do you know they don't plan to put you out of the way?
They said they'd pay me plenty for keeping quiet.
Well, you trust them, huh?
I got it.
Suppose I tell you there's no intention of paying.
Well, you just...
Suppose they want all that money from the libel suit for themselves.
They're the kind of guys to do a stunt like that, all right, but here, Hornet, what's your stake in this?
Sign this and I'll tell you.
What's that?
Look at it.
Okay. Easy with the gun. I'll look. Hey, this is about the accident.
It's a duplicate of the statement you signed.
Yeah, I thought they burned it.
Not before I got a copy. Sign it.
Huh?
Do you think you can trust Durkin and Scanlon?
What's that got to do with signing this?
When they know the Green Hornet has your signed statement, what'll happen then?
You mean they won't take a chance on doing nothing to me?
Exactly. You're safe as long as someone has your statement.
Yes, but...
And they'd pay plenty to get it back from the Green Hornet.
Hey, I never figured that. You're right. You're a smart guy.
Sign it.
Sure, pal. You and me, huh? We'll blackmail him for a load of dough. Yeah, that'll teach some guys to threaten me.
Here's a pen.
Okay. You're on the level, Hornet. You'll split with me.
Whatever I get from Durkin and Scanlon, you'll get your share.
That's enough for me. There you are.
We thought you couldn't be trusted, Thomas.
Huh?
So you would double-cross us.
What the? So that's it. You was testing me. You're in with Scanlon and Durkin.
You were warned to keep your mouth shut.
Tear up that statement. I won't talk or swear.
Too late.
Don't do it, Hornet. Don't like it. I can't breathe. You're in with... Isn't that?
Every statement, but it's not enough. We'd say it was signed under threat of force. But now he believes Durkin and Scanlon tried to finish him. Yes, sir. We're making sure he doesn't change his mind. Here, take each feet.
Yes, sir. I have never...
Get his arm. When he recovers from the effects of the gas, he'll be high up on the Devil's Dipper in that roller coaster car that's stalled up above.
What for?
After we leave him there, I'm going to phone the police. Then we'll take care of Durkin and Scanlon.
Britt Reed and Cato carried the unconscious form up the narrow catwalk high above the ground. They deposited Thomas's limp body in the stalled car. Leaving Cato on guard, Britt Reed descended and went to the nearest phone, first removing his Green Hornet mask.
Police department? I'm calling from the amusement park. There's something wrong at the Devil's Dipper. Yes, that's right, the Devil's Dipper. Better get over in a hurry.
There's a second, Durkin. What's happened to Thomas? He's been gone a long time.
Hey, how's the thought? Maybe that car gave him a little more trouble than he figured.
Yeah, maybe so. Still, I don't trust that guy.
No, he's not going to talk.
He knows what'll happen. Why take chances? No sense in letting him out of our sight this late in the game.
We already burned that statement he gave to the Sentinel.
We can make another one, can't he? Come on.
Perhaps you're right.
We'll soon see if he's around or not.
Huh? There's the car.
Yeah, it's still up there. Stalled halfway up to the top of the first rise.
That's funny.
Look, Durkin. There's someone up there. He's standing up in the car?
Outlined against the sky. Must be.
Oh, another one. Right beside him. See, a little guy. It looks like he's holding a gun on top.
You're seeing things, Scanlon. It's too dark to tell for sure.
We're going to make sure. Here's the truss going up. We'll climb up the catwalk.
Yes, hurry. Single file. That way through slow.
Who's that in this car?
Ah, the Green Hornet. Get in this roller coaster. Oh, you'll get a shot again.
Okay, we're going up.
That's better. I'll go with you. The cable will carry us up.
Now listen, Hornet, what's the idea? We ain't done nothing to you. The roller coaster over here, it's moving too.
Of course it is. The same cable lifts this one to the top of the first rise. Watch that one as well. See, it's going over the top now.
Hey, one guy got out. He's standing at the top.
Hurry, Thomas. Thomas is still in that roller coaster. He's getting a free ride along the whole length of your Devil's Dipper.
Hey, what are you doing?
There you are.
You're jamming the brakes. We won't be able to stop.
Exactly. Once we reach the top of this first incline, this car will follow Thomas's. His brakes are jammed, too.
You can't do that.
What's the idea? Just making sure neither you nor Thomas will be able to get out before you reach the end of the Devil's Dipper.
Are you doing playing games?
Yes, if you must know. Exactly that, Duncan. You and Scanlon have been playing a game of the public long enough, you and your infernal Devil's Dipper. Now I'm taking a hand in it. Here's the top, and here's where I get off. I bet you and Thomas begin this. If you want to catch Thomas, you've got to hurry. He's halfway down already. So here's a little shove. Now you on your way.
These are very fast, Miss Ray.
Look at them, Cato. They're already over the first dip and going faster all the time. You fix the brakes on Thomas's car, I told you? Yep. Good. Either one of them will stop until they reach the end. Thomas is certain that Scanlon and Dirk can have it in for him. He kept saying that, Mr. Dick. Seeing him come after him will make him even more afraid. You see him? They're going around that curve now with Dirk and Scanlon about 50 yards behind. Should we go now? Yes, it's high time we were on our way, Cato. But not that way. We walked straight into the police. How then? Down the beam. By the time the police get things straightened out, the Green Hornet will be miles away. Here's the Devil's Dipper. I don't see nothing wrong. This is utterly ridiculous, getting me down to a deserted roller coaster this time of night. Listen, Buckley, didn't a call come into the police saying something was wrong here? And aren't you the safety inspector for the amusement park? Well, then this is where you ought to be. Sergeant, there's nothing wrong here. Looks like a false alarm right now. Yeah, look at that. I don't see nothing. Where, Lowry? Up on the roller coaster. Two cars coming around that last curve. Hey, you're right. There'll be this platform any minute. This is Cal. Who'll be riding at the show? Open the first, baby. What's that? You, Thomas. What goes on? Who's out there? Lieutenant Shannon. Let me out of this car. Oh, what's that sticking out of your pocket? Flame cup or something? It's paper. Hand that over, Lowry. We're running this, not you. Oh, wait a minute. Let me read it. This fuss is ridiculous. Yeah? You know what the statement is? I neither know nor care. This is a signed statement about the accident. Impossible. Those statements were... Huh? That is, I mean... Go on, say it. They were swiped from the Daily Sentinel. That's what you were going to say. That's right, Buckley. Nobody knew about those statements. How did you? He's in with Dirk and his cannon. That's how plenty. Nobody's put me on the spot. I haven't time for this. Boss, I'm leaving. You're staying here, Buckley. Here comes your pal. We'll take them in, too. Up on the platform. Make it snap. What's the idea? Move. You're almost up, Dirk, and you and your pals. We have Thomas' signed statement right here. What statement? Come on, I signed. You ain't putting me on the spot. He's crazy. It was the Green Hornet. Sure, the Green Hornet's working with you. The Hornet? Is he in on this? That's what I'm telling you. These guys sent him to get me. Only he slipped up. I'm screwing the whole work. Why? No, that stuff, you. Listen, officer, I have nothing to do with it. I'll tell you the whole story. He's as guilty as we are. We have the goods of all of you. You're going behind bars. If I could lay my hands on a Green Hornet, he'd be there with you. You can't have everything, Sarge. Sure, he got away. But the roller coaster is finished, and so is that rifle suit. Boy, I'll bet the boss will be tickled when he finds this out.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.